Okay, so welcome to the third day. The number is smaller now than yesterday. Let's hope nobody has run away, because usually after the second day, you begin to know those who are really for this course. So let's see what we get today. Okay, I hope you were able to catch some sleep, because I noticed some of you were very busy. The presentation for yesterday is in the Google Drive. So pick it up there. The recording for yesterday is also on the YouTube channel, and I can see that several of you are already revising it from there. So I have played my own part. Now it's left for you to do yours. Okay, so I mentioned yesterday the things that will be happening today. We'll go through recap of what we did yesterday, and I will send you to your breakout session. You will spend 30 minutes there to look at the in-class activity number 3. And that is judging the appropriateness of the choice of meta-analysis the studies have used. All right. The appropriateness of the meta-analysis the studies have used. Okay. Let me take this up now. Yesterday, we went through data extraction, and we went into some details to explain what is required here. Is that stage of the semantic review where you are now getting the information you need for your synthesis from the studies that have been finally included. You have decided should be included in a systematic review. So the data extraction is a stage where you are taking those information out from the studies. All right, so we highlighted the need for you to develop a data extraction form, develop data extraction form, and it has to be tailored to your review. It has to be tailored to your review. Think about it carefully. Oh, sorry. Think about it carefully and develop a form that can meet your needs. Once you have developed the form, you need to pilot it with a few of the studies. And after piloting it, you may identify certain aspects that need to modify and make it more suitable for your needs. Then once you have piloted, you're happy, everybody's happy, you're confident. Now you have a definite data extraction form. Then you undertake the extraction. All right, undertake the extraction. Oh, sorry, this thing keep. All right. So when you are doing the data extraction, remember it has to, as you did for the screening, independently by at least two people. All right. Then you compare, contrast, resolve issues. And sometimes at this stage, you may need to contact authors of the papers to ask for clarifications or request for additional data. And also mention that at this stage, in order to ensure that the studies meet your need, you may need to do some transformation, maybe some additional calculations from the papers if they have information that you need to make those calculations. If the data you are requesting for from the study is not in the way that you desire they are. All right. Okay. We gave you some examples of data extraction forms and the data extraction people have done, and also recommendation from experts. Then quality assessment, where we describe that this is the stage, and which you can also do concurrently with the data extraction. But this is a stage where you have to undertake one of the overarching goals of the systematic review to appraise the quality of the underlying evidence. So for each study you have included in your systematic review, you are critically appraising that quality. This thing keeps moving. Quality of each study. The goal here, is to derive aspects of the studies that may inhibit the conclusion you may reach from your systematic review. So it's not just the results that come from those studies, but what is the quality? How was the study designed? Is that study susceptible to high bias, low bias? Is it of good quality? Can we trust the result based on the quality of the study? So there are tools that you use to make this appraisal. And so for each study, you have a quality statement you give to each study. All right. And I mentioned that if you're doing randomized control trials, the gold standard, the gold standard quality tool is a Cochrane Epoch tool. That is comprehensive. It doesn't mean that you can't use other ones, just to let you know. The Cochrane is the most robust and the best you can use. All right. Then I showed you some other tools that are available there. I also mentioned that the Equator checklist, reporting checklist, Consort, Prisma, Strobe, and things like that, are not quality appraisal tools. They are only for guiding the reporting of scientific publications in the biomedical sciences. So use the tools we have described. There are tens of them, if not hundreds of them. Choose the one you think is appropriate for your context, your studies, and use that to appraise the quality. We highlighted the issue of meta-analysis. And before I go to meta-analysis, I also mentioned that the quality assessment you do is used to interpret your finding. So use it hand in hand when you're interpreting your findings. In addition to that, it can be used in trying to understand some nuanced issues in the meta-analysis. I will demonstrate that to you today. Nuanced issues, you can use that to certify your evidence to evidence from studies with high quality, evidence from studies with low quality, and so on and so forth. Yep. Okay, so the meta-analysis, there is a saying in my country where I come from that 2 heads are better than 1. And then when I was growing up, I heard people changing this to say 2 good heads. So when you say 2 heads, they said, no, make it 2 good heads. And I started thinking about this as a young person. I said, why? Because, I think we should just leave it at 2 heads, because those our old peers who made this statement, they thought about it before they made it. And they didn't even say 2 good heads are better than 1. No, they didn't say that. They just left it at 2 heads. And the reason is that 2 bad heads are better than 1 bad head in committing crime. 2 good heads are better than 1 good head. Okay? So remove bad, remove good, just make it 2 heads. And the other way is there is another way they say it, majority is power. And there is I don't know if this goes in across Africa. I said the voice of the people is the voice of God. What he's saying is that when we unite, it is better than when we are individualistic. Growing up in my country, in my village, you have what is called the broom, that you get from the palm tree. The power of the broom is in the bunch. That is the power of the broom. It is in the bunch. If you pick one of the broom out, one stick of the broom, and you try to use to sweep the floor, you'll be frustrated. Your life will be miserable because you sweat for nothing. All right? But put them together, back of the broom, then you see the power of the broom. Okay? And so that is really the principle behind what we do in meta-analysis, indicating that the average we get from bringing the estimates from the studies together is closer to the truth, is more robust, is more authentic than if we pick just estimate from one study. All right? So that is a principle there. And when we do meta-analysis, the ultimate goal is not just to derive the estimates and neglect what surrounds the studies. The meta-analysis can be a tool to use to understand possible reasons why studies are heterogeneous, are different, and so on and so on. And we went through that yesterday, the theoretical underpinning of this. So meta-analysis is a powerful tool used in systematic review to understand different perspectives and, of course, to pull the estimates together. There are two approaches to undertaking the meta-analysis of pulling the studies together: fixed effects, no S, and random effects. And these two differ by the assumptions they make. The fixed effect assumes that the studies contributing to the meta-analysis are similar in every aspect, except for random error. So any difference you observe in those studies is as a result of random error. And random error, you know, is a mechanism that results from the selection or sampling of participants into our studies. And so the fixed effect is saying, if in each study, the sample size is infinite, then we will remove the differences that may exist between the studies. So just go and increase the sample size and you see the differences will go. So the estimate in those studies should have been the same, if not for the random error that occurs in the process of doing the study. Then the random effects proponent said, nope, 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 that is not our word. Goodness me, you can't say that. Our word is different. Even among twins, for instance, the set of twins don't have the same mind. And I was reading, I think I came across a news item last week saying that scientists have discovered a potential reason why some twins, identical twins who were born and separated in different environments, that they begin to have differences, even at the genetic level, differences, meaning that environment can play a huge role. All right. So in the context of random effect meta-analysis, they are saying that studies are different. Even in multi-center studies, where you have the same protocol used to implement, there can be differences because the subjects that are contributing to the studies in different centers may have different attitudes, may have different contextual influences. And actually, the implementation of the protocol of the study, even though they're using the same protocol, the implementation may be different because the researcher in each center who are doing this the study may be different. Somebody may just wake up in the morning and he has an issue at home, and that may affect what he even does, what she does in the study. And so there are wide means that differences can accrue into our study. And so the proponent of random effects are saying that beyond the random error that exists in each study, we should consider that the studies are different in themselves, and we should take into account those differences. And we cannot say that just the random error explains the differences. So this assumptions now lead to the weighting mechanisms, the different models used in deriving the average effect across the studies. Because I informed you yesterday, the pooled or the average effect is a weighted average, bringing the estimates across the studies and weight them. So the weighting there differs between fixed effect and random effect. For both, there is the weighting is based on the inverse variance. So one of the variance in each study used. But for the random effect, because random effect recognizes that the studies are different in themselves, they introduce another item called the tau square, which is used in addition to the inverse variance. And that is why when you look at the pooled estimates between the fixed effect and random effect, what happens is that they are the random effects usually has a wider confidence interval, and that is because there is an additional item that is added to the weighting. All right. And then because of that additional item that is added to the weighting, the studies in random effects, the small studies in random effect usually gain weight, while the small studies in the fixed effect lose weight. In the fixed effect, the big studies take bigger weight, while in the random effects, the bigger studies take lose weight. All right. So the assumptions they make play a role in the way the weighting is done. And so we went through the process. Which one do you choose? And I said, what informs your choice? What informs your choice? What informs your choice? I say it 3 times because after this session now, you're going to see what people are doing. What informs your choice is the assumption you are making on the data you're bringing. And I hope I was able to convince, and I told you yesterday, if I was campaigning to be a president of a country, I would have won yesterday because it looks like I was able to campaign. My campaign message passed through. Everybody voted for me when I was asking, which approach should you use? And you all agreed that the random effect is the way to go. Yeah, we try to explain it that fixed effect is a theoretical concept in most cases because it's not easy to find that situation in our real world. The random effect is close to what we do. And then because when we do the semantic review, we're getting the literature from the published literature. And so the researchers don't even know what they were doing. They were just doing things in different places. And so because of that, in every case, if you use random effect and the tau square is 0, you will always get the same as if you have done the fixed effect, but you wouldn't know that tau square is 0 beforehand until you do the analysis. So decide based on the assumption you're making. And honestly, I think I have been able to convince you that if you use random effects always, you lose nothing. You lose nothing. So that was where we ended yesterday, and we're so happy when we left yesterday. Or is there anybody who was not happy leaving here yesterday? I was happy because I got what I wanted. Nobody was happy. Nobody was angry. Everybody was happy. All right. Nobody was unhappy. Great. Yeah, please see the instruction Eman is giving there. Rename yourself and put your group. Many of you have not benefited from this course because you kept not renaming yourself. And so we can put you in any group. Maybe perhaps you're one of those who are actually supposed not to be on this course. Well, I don't know. But you should know your group. And so rename yourself so that you can be put in the right group. All right, I see some hands. We have some minutes before we go out. Let's see what your questions are. I see John Bosco. John, please. John, we don't hear you. John, we don't hear you. All right, John, sort yourself out there and you can come back. I have Epiphen.
Yeah, good morning, Doctor. Thank you for everything. I'm having some confusion, and I don't know if you could shed a little light on that confusion. Which data set are the statistical analysis performed on, please? When it comes to systematic analysis.
Which data set? Is data set you have taken from your data. When you do the data extraction, that is where the data sets come from.
Is that the studies that have been collected?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
So you didn't know this before now?
No.
Oh, I thought we have gone so far. Yeah, that is what you do. Okay, don't worry. When we are doing the meta-analysis today, you will see how this works.
All right.
And then this week, that is what you'll be doing. Okay, you will be collecting those data and using them in your own. This course is so practical, so practical. You will see those things that are looking like we are talking about theories in the sky. You will see them happen. All right.
Yeah, and adding to that confusion is when the authors say that they reach out to authors of a particular study to ask for data.
Additional data, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, that is adding on my confusion. I don't know. That's where I'm.
Yeah. So what happens is that you may have a study that has looked at, let's say, just example, has looked at the relationship between age and COVID severity. Okay, and what we know is that it affects more older people. And so your goal is that, okay, I want to do it by 10-year intervals. So I have, let's say I'm doing 0 to 10 years, 11 to 20, something like that. What is the risk in this 10-year interval? And then you have such studies, and studies have been published, and you discover that this study looked at the relationship between age and COVID severity, but has done it by 20-year intervals. So 0 to 20, 21 to 40, 41 to 60, but you want it by 10-year intervals. So what you do, because the authors who did this have their data, you send them information. I am doing this systematic review, and I want to do this by 10-year interval. Can you do additional analysis for me to make it separate this 20-year interval and give me data for 10-year interval? You understand?
Yeah.
So things like that. So sometimes the way you have framed your question is not the way the authors have done it. You go back to them to see if they can help you to give you those additional information that you want.
All right, thank you.
All right, I have a birthday.
All right, good morning, Prof. And thank you so much for the insight you have given us so far. In fact, yesterday, I was a little confused along the line on the issue of the REMA and then the FEMA.
I thought I've made you happier this morning.
And but I wanted to know at least the basis. Why that? Why is it necessary to do that?
Why is it necessary to do what?
To either determine which one to choose, whether the REMA and then the FEMA, because you said the selection of the participants into a study results in you choosing either the REMA or the FEMA. So is it a population in the study that people have done, or is it the article or the works that you have extracted? Is that the participant or the population you are referring to here, or the population that the researchers use in the work?
Yeah. So what FEMA is doing, because okay, let me see if I can do it better now. Meta-analysis is doing a weighted average. Okay, so you're bringing all those studies together and you want to put them together. You want to put the estimates together. And the question and the challenges you have is that how do we do that? That is the question. How do we do that? And so the statisticians will have to provide us ways of doing that. And meta-analysis is a way of doing that. And now the question is, well, we have these studies coming from different places. Can we just pull the estimate as we usually do? We calculate mean in our primary studies. If calculate mean, you just calculate the means without thinking of this patient is different from that patient because you have taken them from the same population. But now you have not taken them from the same population. You have taken estimate from different studies. And the question is, do we do what we usually do? You know, if you have means from different studies, we just sum the mean and divide by number of studies. The answer is no. That is not straightforward in that way. We need to find a more robust statistical way to do that. And so we come to using weighted average. And weighted average, because some studies are big, some studies are small, we need to have a standardized way to handle them so there is no cheating between the studies. And then we'll have the fixed effect people say, well, let's use the weighted average, but we shouldn't consider that the studies are really different. Weight the studies by their sample size, a reflection of inverse variance, but don't begin to think too much that the studies are different. If you observe any difference, it's a result of how each study was originally done, has sampled. So the difference you get is based on the sampling mechanism that occurred at that study level. And that is a problem of the sample size. If you increase the sample size of every study, they will get the same estimate. So that is what fixed effect has come about. And the random effect is saying, nope, that is not the case because every study is unique. Every study is done to a great extent differently. Every study, in many cases, done in different contexts by different people, and the participant profile may not be the same. So naturally, there should be differences between the studies. So we should take into account those differences. All right.
Okay. So if I got you right, if let's say, for example, we are looking at or we've pulled a data that is talking about children. So in this case, the children are the population in that study, but we have picked different studies that perhaps they use different sample of the children as the population for the study, and that is what we are trying to streamline. Is that it?
Yeah, but we are doing this with different studies from different places. You understand?
Yes. Mm-hmm. So the variables of interest, I want to know that, is it only the population aspect in the different studies that we are trying to shape? That is why we are doing this FEMA and the
okay, we will come. Let's get into when we are doing the meta-analysis practical about there and see if your concerns are resolved.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, our time is flying. Let's go to Gicharu.
Thank you, sir. I have two simple questions. Number one, I want to find out, sir, from you whether the recording will still be available after the course is completed.
The what? The lectures?
Yeah, the lectures, the
recording. Yeah, the record. I mean, since we started ASFI, the recordings from those times are all available on our YouTube channel. So we are doing Santa Claus, so it's free for you. Just go there. If you're driving, if you're in your work, you can just watch it. It's there. Okay. Unless YouTube says today we are ending.
Thank you very much, sir, for the information. Now, secondly, I want to find out. I am a social science. I'm pursuing a PhD in marriage and family therapy. Now, does this one now mean for us to maximally enjoy from what you are teaching us? Should we adopt quantitative research or mixed method rather than a qualitative in this systematic review and meta-analysis?
Well, like I explained, there is meta-analysis approach for qualitative research. There is also systematic review approach for mixed methods. So if you have qualitative and quantitative combined, but the context of this course is neither on qualitative research, systematic review, or mixed methods. But there are methods for that, which are beyond my own experience. I'm not a qualitative researcher, and I don't use mixed method. But I tell you there are methods for doing systematic review on those topics. Now, if you want to get the details, you have to look at for those who have that experience. The thing is that the steps and the principles that we have gone through here are the same across these different research approaches. The only thing is that when you come to the nitty-gritty of, for instance, data extraction, the qualitative, what data do you get out? You know, qualitative is not so easy. And then if you are doing the quality appraisal, the qualitative studies, I think they will have different tools they use to deal with their own issues. And then, of course, in the area of interpretation, how do you interpret the data? So those are some of the specifics that you may get from other platforms that teach systematic reviews of qualitative research or mixed method.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. And then I have Patience Samson Apan.
Good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
Thank you for all your lectures. Please, I have this problem with the weighting effects. Can you explain more on the weighting effects?
The weighting effects.
Mm-hmm.
Oof, that is a new terminology. All right. So, but what I understand is that you're talking about the weighting.
The weighting, yes.
The weighting. So, because of pulling studies together, estimate from studies together, it's not straightforward. We can't just do the way we do calculation of averages. It's not, because there are different things that have played into conducting these studies. And so that is why when we weight them, it's not just a matter of adding the subject in every study and then you divide by the number of study. We have to use a weight, so that weight takes into account the size of each study. So when we do meta-analysis, we are calculating average, but the denominator we use to calculate that average is the weight derived from a study, and that weight takes into account the size of each study, so that there is no cheating between studies. I don't know if that is clear enough for you.
It's clear up to that point, but you were saying something about the lines. Is it the lines that has to do with the confidence interval or something?
Okay.
Towards the right or towards the left?
Okay. Perhaps when we do the practicals this afternoon, that may help you to see it so that we can visualize it and you can bring this question again if it's not settled.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So I have with me here Pius Odunze. Pius, and you have to know that we're already taking 11 minutes from your practicals. Let's see how we go. But let me give you time to ask this question because I see that some of you have still problems getting. All right, Pius, go on.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Good morning, sir. Good morning to my fellow participants. My question is on fixed and random effects. From what I understand, I want to know if I'm getting it right. It seems fixed effects. It's a model that applies to studies that you cannot generalize or extrapolate to the general population.
Yeah, we highlighted that yesterday. If your goal is not to generalize, then go and use fixed effect. And that is in the case that you are making that assumption that even those studies are estimating the same thing, they are identical in every aspect. Yeah. So, but when we do our studies, we always want to generalize because we can't just keep it in-house.
So if I see a meta-analysis example that used fixed effects, of what use is it to us? Maybe something done in another part of the world. What use is it to me in Nigeria?
Yeah, so you will tell me that because now you have the answer. I don't have the answer now. Now, when you go to the practical, you may encounter that. So when you come back, you tell us what you experienced. The authors that have done this, should they have done what they have done? If they have done it, can I use what they have done?
Okay.
You know, in science, if you after this week, I believe that something has happened to you, okay, with regards to systematic review. You have learned something. Perhaps something would have done wrongly before, you would have corrected. But you know, many people use some research tools without knowing what they are doing. Trust me. And there's a lot of mistakes in the scientific literature. But we are raising an army this week that will go out there of African extraction to say, well, we know better and we can do better things in this area because people are doing it in the wrong way in many instances. All right, I have Gustavus.
Oh, yes, Prof. Good morning and good morning, participants. My question is, Prof, about using other tools. After analyzing the screens, the titles, and then the abstracts and then exporting those, the ones we have included, where do we export them to? And the next question to that is, where is the place for other tools like NVivo and Atlas TI? Those especially when you're dealing with the narrative approach of systematic reviews. Is there space for that where we can include those tools as well?
Well, when you mention NVivo, I think those are for qualitative research analysis. When you do your search in the databases, then you have to export to a reference management system, and there are a number of them: EndNote, Zotero, Mendeley, RefWorks, Rayan, to name a few. And these are the places where you now manage the literature you have retrieved, manage them by screening, manage them by removing duplicates. And so after screening, you come to a pool of those, you check the full text. So when you're checking the full text or the papers, is usually that you will go and find each full text. Sometimes in the reference management system, you may have the PDF for those papers that are freely available, and you can get them out. But if you don't have the PDF, then you need to get them from external sources. So when you have gathered the PDF of the papers you have agreed to look at the full text, some people may want to print them out to look at them in detail and not on the screen. But the goal is look at the full text and do the full text screening with your partners. And after that, you will decide which papers definitely should be included. So you make a pool of that. Once you have done that, we have a project we have been, I think, over a year now. And this is a multi-country project in the Nordic countries here involving Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Norway, Iceland. So they are working on their nutrition, revising or updating their nutrition recommendation. And so usually I've told you, systematic reviewers will always into this. This will be the basis for formulating these guidelines and recommendations. And so what they did was to set up a systematic review center, which were involved, and then they brought the libraries of some of the leading libraries in these countries to bring their librarians into the system. University of Oslo, for instance, Copenhagen, Karolinska, Helsinki, and so on and so forth. So we are working with the librarians. And so once we have done the screening, the librarians will support us in dealing with the search strategies, and the librarians will go and search the studies for us and give us. We will work on that. And once we get to the stage of the full text, we send it back to them to retrieve the full text for us. Okay, and then we will work on the full text. And after that, the work of the librarians is more or less over. So they work in that. And so once you have the full text, it is a time to begin to read carefully to extract the information you want. So this is how it works. If you're doing qualitative systematic review, I don't have experience in that, so I don't know if they involve things like MVVO or something like that. But if you're doing systematic review, the quantitative systematic review as we are doing this week, once you have extracted information, the next thing will be to do meta-analysis. And doing meta-analysis, you do them with the normal statistical programs we use to do our normal analysis, except for RevMan or those programs that are only dedicated to systematic meta-analysis, RevMan, comprehensive meta-analysis. Otherwise, you can do in Stata, you can do in R, you can do in SAS. With my experience, I don't know if you can do in SPSS. At least the last I checked 2 years ago, I don't know if SPSS has developed tools to do that. But yes, so this is where you are getting into. I hope this explains your worries. Okay, let's go to Idris Ola.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity to be in this course. You mentioned earlier on that we could contact researchers if we need more clarifications or we need some further analysis to fit into our own review. First, I would appreciate if you can share your own experience with this, because I've made some requests to few researchers before that up till today they didn't reply me. So I don't know what your experience has been getting such feedbacks, especially when you even need them to do further analysis for your own research. I don't know what your experience has been with that.
Well,
in situations where we couldn't get such feedback from from the researcher, is how do we proceed? Is there other means that we can use to still get the same result that we need? Thank you, sir.
All right. I mean, those two questions are important questions because it can be frustrating sometimes. But in terms of my experience, the experience is always a mixed experience, And not just to ask researchers for additional data. Sometimes you want to include all the different languages. So you're doing a schematic regardless of the language. Sometimes it can be frustrating to translate. Google translation can help a little bit, but not in some difficult situations. Scientific context doesn't help so much. So you contact people to help you to translate. It can be frustrating. So if you're asking for additional data, it's a mixed experience I've had. Sometimes you get through, sometimes you don't get through. But what happens is that you need to document it. I don't have time now. I would have showed you because our time is gone. Some of my students that have worked before, some of the researchers that worked with me before, were pretty detailed in that. You send the email to the authors, and you send them a reminder. For instance, if you send after 2 weeks, you can send a reminder, or 3 weeks, or 1 month. And so what we do is we have to document that, and you put it in the appendix, that we contacted this list of authors and we got reply from so number and not from these ones. And so because of that, since we didn't have additional information from them, we didn't include that study in the meta-analysis. But it doesn't mean that you remove the study from the systematic review. It means the criteria. The only thing is that the additional data you wanted from them was not available. And so you will not be able to include in the meta-analysis. So you document that. Sometimes we even go to the extent of including as appendix the email sent, to the authors of the papers. So I think that is more or less what you can do in that situation. All right, I hope that is helpful for you. Scholar.
Thank you very much, Prof. From my perspective of humanities, at least I'm getting some light, and it is never the same like yesterday and the other day, at least.
That's a good news, Scholar. I like people who say the things the way they are. Go ahead.
But then I'm asking about the scope. Now, for example, if you are reviewing within a period of 1 to 5 years, for example, and then are you going to you find like 1,000 articles, and some are similar? How do you now narrow down to the amount that you want?
What do you mean some are similar?
I mean, they are in terms of weight. You may find that they are, you don't know now which one you will not include.
No. You should be explicit. See, that is why I started that you should have your protocol. Your protocol should state your criteria. So you are working with that document that you use to exclude and exclude. You can't get to a point you say you don't know. If you don't know, it means you didn't know from beginning. Okay, so your criteria is your guiding document that allows you to include or exclude. If the studies are similar as you're looking at them, it's good news for you, actually. Then you do not have too much problem in terms of heterogeneity.
Thank you.
All right, I have Helena.
Thank you, Prof. Please, when you were clarifying the weighted averages, you mentioned that it depends on the size of the study. So I want to know if the size of the study means the number of, or the sample size.
Yeah. So if you have the original studies, if they are big, then they will receive more weight, because the weighting mechanism is 1 over the variance, and the variance of the study is, when you calculate variance and standard deviation in statistics. What those indicators are telling you is how much there is a difference between the participant in a study. That is what the variance reflects. But the variance is susceptible to the number of people in a study. So if you have more people in the study, the differences will minimize, and then the variance will be small. Okay? Right. And so if you divide the variance of each study by 1, the studies that are big will have small variance. And so that division will automatically mean that they will receive bigger weight. If you have smaller studies, the variance will be big. And when you divide by 1, it means that they will have smaller weight. So it's just natural. Okay? Because the weighting of the estimate is based on 1 over the variance. And the variance is a reflection of the sample size of the study.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Let's go to Marilyn Yeboah.
Good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Prof, my question is, I need some clarification on the group assignments you gave yesterday. And my second question is, can systematic review and meta-analysis be used for social research? And if so, what kind of search engine can be useful as the PUMED? What type can be very useful for us? Thank you.
I mean, if you're a social scientist, the systematic review, I have said it and repeated it, can be used in every field. So if you are working in every field, this can be used. I don't know if there is any field here that disagrees that it's not applicable in their field.
Okay. And
so you can use it in every field. And then you're asking about the assignments. Yes, or the group work. Yeah, yes. I will not explain that here, because there was a group that asked this question yesterday, and I was asking in that group, how many of you have read instruction in your folder? And not many of them. So this question comes as a result of people not reading the instruction in the folder. So what I will tell you, Marilyn, is spend time now, go to the Google Drive folder. I tell you, after you do that, you will tell me that, oh, you have done a good job, because every item is explained clearly. And when you read those documents, you will not have this question, because it is crystal clear. I trust that, because we have run this course for a long time, that we are able to know the needs, because people will give us feedback, do this, and we try to implement those. So read the instructions there, and then you'll be clear of what we are actually requesting.
Okay, thank you, Prof. My other question was, what kind of search engine do you think will be suitable for social research in terms of the search engine? Just as we are using for the PUMED, which other replacements can we use as a social scientist?
Yeah, so Marilyn, I wouldn't categorize the search engines by so much discipline. I will determine it by the topic, because an engineer may be looking at something that relates to health, and he will need to go to PubMed.
Okay.
So your topic will determine where you go. Okay. But that being said, I recognize that there are some discipline also focus the databases. But social science, because I see that in the comment you made, there was psychology, there is interaction between psychology, social science, health. I think to a great extent, you will use PubMed and you will use other databases that those in the biomedical sciences also use.
Okay, thank you very much. Great.
All right, then I have Daniel and then Yaone, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Prof, for the wonderful information we've been receiving in the past 2-3 days. Hello, am I heard, sir?
Go ahead, we're hearing you.
Okay. Actually, my question is on the, when we used Rayan yesterday, you still said export. So I was wondering where am I exporting to? If Rayan can be used for data, screening and all that, why am I exporting it to again to another reference manager?
No, you are not exporting to any reference manager. The export I was talking about is that if you have come to a stage where then you look for the full text, okay, for the full text, then you can export from Rayan to maybe Excel or to Word so that you can take the reference list and check in databases to get the full text of the studies. That is one thing you can do. The second thing is that if within Rayan you have the full text for all the papers and you do the full text screening in Rayan, okay? Once you are populating the reference list, because you have a reference list for the papers you have included in your systematic review, you can use Rayan to form a reference list so that you can convert it to the journal reference style from Rayan. When you export, you can just do it like that, and it makes life easy for you. I don't know if you get the point I'm trying to make.
Not quite clear.
Okay, so by the time you finish the project this week, I think it will be clear. Otherwise, let's come back to this question on Friday. If it's not clear to you, then I show you what I mean.
Okay, the other question is, I've come across where they say using individual data and aggregate data. I don't know how it applies to, is it the REMA and FEMA issue? Using individual data or aggregate data?
Yeah, we are doing, if you see, do you have the course schedule?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so on Friday, on tomorrow actually, between 10 and 10:30, we are looking at individual patient data meta-analysis. So we clarify that there.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, I have Tayone Ramagang. Sorry if it's not rightly pronounced.
Thank you, Prof. My name is Tayone Ramagang.
All right.
I wanted to ask a similar question about search engines from the social science perspective. Then I wanted to understand whether do we really need to compare databases? Like for myself, I can use ProQuest or Emerald. So I know for you are using PubMed, but is it for the trust of the database, or during lit review, you have to compare many databases, what they have? Thank you.
You don't compare.
Okay.
What you do is that databases have their the extent they have literature. There's no database you will get that covers all the studies published in the world. So some databases will capture a cross-section of the studies you want. Some will capture. So what you're doing when you do search across databases, the goal is to try not to miss studies.
Okay.
So it's not to compare, it is to be able to capture the studies that are out there. That is the goal. Mm.
Thank you very much.
Mm. I'm not sure what this mass is asking about hazard sign. Okay, I have one question here. Do you remove articles of poor quality after the quality assessment? I thought I have been clear enough on this. No, the goal is not to remove. The goal is to use that information to interpret your data. And so you are able to tell, give information that certain studies are of poor quality, certain studies are of high quality, and perhaps you can narrow down to your evidence and interpret your evidence based on the studies that have high quality. All right, I think we need to move on now. I will send you out to your breakout session. I know that people have been asking questions about the work they are going to do. I tell you, if you follow what we do, we are very pretty clear. If you use the your Google Drive folder, if you use it, you will see things clearly. Now, there is this document that gives description of in-class activities. If you use this document, each in-class activity you do, we have instruction for you. For the first one we did, for the second one we did, for the third one we are doing today. The third one is here. So you need to get this document from your folder and read and see. We have the aim of the activity, the approach of the activity, the fourth activity that will be coming. I think that will be coming tomorrow. You also have that. So please make use of this document. And then for your project, we also have this description of what we expect you to do in your project. So because of the time we have taken, we have to do this quickly. I will give you 20 minutes now instead of 30 minutes. I'll send it to your group. You to the in-class activity, discuss it, and appoint somebody. Not more than 30 seconds. Tell us. All we want to know is what approach they have used, phase effect and random effects. Phase effect or random effect. Why did they choose that? Are they right in that? Are they not? So read that instruction. So don't come and begin to tell us what they have found. How many authors participated in the study, where it was published. Tell us, give the title of the paper and tell us what approach they have used and if they were right, based on the knowledge you have generated now since Monday. All right. So choose your group. If you don't have your name if you don't have your number to your group, to your name, then it means you are in trouble. It's impossible to send you. So now I have opened the groups. Choose and go in. Choose and go in. I will come back half past the current hour we are in. All right, who is speaking for group one? Please just raise your hand. Snappy. All right, Sylvia.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So the title of our paper is Maternal Body Mass Index and the Risk of Fetal Death, Stillbirth, and Infant Death, Stillbirth and Infant Death, a systematic review and meta-analysis. And it was published in JAMA in 2014. For the model that was used, the random effects model by the Simonian and Laird was used, and they are right. And this is because for the random effect, it takes care of the heterogeneity of the studies. The studies that were used were heterogeneous, and also the I-squared was above 50%. And so the random effects model was a very good and appropriate one to be used.
All right.
So the paper did it right. Thank you.
All right, Sylvia, just to ask you, you said they were right. But you gave explanations why they were right, that the studies were heterogeneous and they have I-square. Is that explanation your interpretation of what they have done, or that is the explanation they gave?
That was the explanation that was given, and
Okay.
from what we have also studied. Yes.
No, I don't want you. I don't want you to interpret what they have done. I want you to indicate what they say they have done. Okay. If they have justification for using random effect, let us know that justification. If they have justification for fixed effect, we know that justification. Did they say they use random effects after calculating the I-square in any way?
Yes, they stated that they used the random effects. Yes.
After calculating the I-square, because you mentioned the I-square was more than 50%.
Exactly.
Did they relate the I-square to the use of random effects model?
The other group members can come in to also support.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go to group 2. But one thing is this, the I-square, we will come back to the I-square later after this presentation. But if the authors use I-square as a justification, let us know. Whatever justification they have used in your paper, let us know. We want to see that, because like I mentioned to you yesterday and today, the rationale for using either fixed effect or random effect will be on the assumption you make on your paper, not any more thing. Okay, so any other thing they have used, I-square is the wrong approach. And of course, this is coming from JAMA. JAMA is one of the toughest medical journals in the world. All right, so I have group 2 now. Khadija, group 3, whoever is presenting, please raise your hand. Group 4, group 5 until group 12, so that I can easily see you. Let's not have 2 people from the same group. Group 2 now, I have 2 people, but okay. So Khadija.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Our paper title is The Impact of Antibiotics on Growth in Children in Low and Middle Income Countries, a systematic review and meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials. We have many authors, and they use a random effect model. Why did they use it? We did not actually have a lot of time to look into the paper to see if they gave any justification for that. So our justification is from ourselves, not from what they said.
No, I don't want your justification.
Okay.
Okay, well, yeah, no problem. If you have time to calculate your own justification of what they did, maybe you would have had time for their own justification. All right, they use random effects, you said. Okay, group number 3. If you're representing any group, please indicate your group number, because I see some who have raised their hands. I'm not sure which group they are. All right, group number 3, Sarah.
Okay, thank you, Professor. My name is Sarah. Our topic for group 3 is effect of smoke-free legislation on perinatal and child health, a systematic review and meta-analysis. The approach, the model that was used was random effects modeling, this Densimonian layered random effects of meta-analysis. And the justification that was given was the inclusion, the heterogeneity because of the inclusion of some very large studies and different study design analysis strategy. And so that they gave us a justification to handle that heterogeneity was going to be handled through random effect modeling.
All right, great. So Sarah, are you happy with what they have done?
We looked at the kind of studies that they were looking at, the differences and the variations, and yes, we saw that.
You are happy. You are happy.
Yes, we are happy. Yes.
And this was published in Lancet, in the Lancet journal, isn't it? I think so. I know those who publish. Yeah, Lancet.
Yes.
Those are my colleagues. Those are my colleagues who published that paper, and we are into this field together. So I expect that they will do it right. And the other thing is that Lancet is currently the leading medical journal in the world. It's a British-based journal. And then what happens is that the British journals are good in terms of systematic reviews. And Lancet is one of the top. Lancet has experts who will dissect your paper. So things have to go right for it to happen, for it to be published in the Lancet. All right, group number 4, have Gabriel Dedeke.
Thank you, Prof. The title of our study, of interventions, target physical activity, nutrition and health weight for university and college students, a systematic review and meta-analysis, published in the Journal of International Journal of Behavioral Nutrition and Physical Activity. The REMA was used in this study. Random effects model was used, and what they based it upon is in terms of where the studies included in total and vigor were significantly heterogeneous at P equals to 0.002 and then 0.001 respectively. Then that P equals to, for studies that were homogeneous, P equals to 0.44, I square equals to 0%. So what we noticed in this study was that they used REMA and then they used FEMA in the study. They used FEMA for moderate physical activity where the studies were homogeneous. So we were thinking that from what we have learned, REMA only should have been used. And we said we will present it the way we see it in this study.
Yeah.
But that's what we saw in the study. REMA was used majorly, considerably, but FEMA was also used for some aspect of the work.
All right. Yeah, you did the right thing, because I didn't want you to present what they have done, because we have to, if we want to prosecute anybody, it is them. Okay, you are just a mouthpiece, messenger. All right, so what happened there is that this is one of the things you have to detect. All right, it is good that you have indicated that you thought they would have used only REMA. And so this is a sign that the authors of this paper didn't actually know what you have known between yesterday and today. They don't know. So what they have done is that they use the I-square. We'll come to I-square soon. Then you understand the purpose of the I-square. They use the REMA and calculated, and if the I-square is above a certain threshold or below a certain threshold, they use the FEMA. And they interpret that to mean that the studies were similar, okay? We're not heterogeneous. But that is not the purpose of the I-square. That is not the purpose of the I-square. The purpose of the I-square, I will explain. The justification for using either of these methods, as you have said, is based on the assumption you're making. And truly, the right one to use always, or almost always, but I would say always, is REMA. So if we are marking this paper, what do we give to them, group 4?
Because they have used FEMA when they shouldn't use, I think we can give them average score.
Average score for the method they have used. All right, that's fair enough. Let's go to group 5.
Thank you, Prof. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hear you.
Yes, okay. This is group 5. The
Go ahead.
title of our paper is Prevalence of Early Onset Neonatal Infection among Newborns of Mothers with Bacterial Infection or Colonization, a Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis. It was published in 2015 in BMC Infectious Diseases. Now, for the model used, they used random effects. The model they used was random effects. And they justified the model. The point they used in justify, they said considerable heterogeneity existed between studies, given the various definition of infection, lab confirmed and clinical signs. They also base it on colonization and risk factors of infection. This sentence was what justified the model used. Thank you.
All right, thank you, group number 5. So what is your impression? Did they do right?
Yes, yes.
They did right, and they gave the right justification. So you can see that they have already seen that there is no how under heaven these studies would have been the same, given the different infectious profile, differences that may exist in the study, and they made the right decision that FEMA is not our friend. We go for REMA. All right, thank you. Let's go to group number 6. I have the Teon Ramangang.
Thank you, Prof. Our topic was opioids for chronic non-cancer pain, a systematic review and meta-analysis published in JAMA in 2018. They used the random effects methods, the REMA. The method was relevant in this because they have consulted or conducted the literature, and the scope was broad for them. And they also used different criteria where in the literature, there were many citations there, and they also used different views from different people, like 88 people who knew English and those who didn't know English. So we thought the method was relevant, and even after doing their study, they also had to consult other authors for review to find out if what they have done was correct or not. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So what is your, oh, she's gone. What is your impression? You can speak later on.
We are of the view that the method that they used was correct because of the unity.
All right.
Yes.
All right. So why do you believe that?
Looking at the scope of their research, and I think even the group members can assist here.
No, I just want to hear from you, Tetian. So you don't want to be confident to tell me that I have the tool. you have the tool, isn't it?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, you have the tool now. You know what to look out for. All right, I agree with you that they did the right thing. All right, let's go to group number. Who is group number 7? Because I don't see group number 7 present here. Perhaps group number 7 is here, but I tell you, there is a name that's so long and covers the group. I don't know the group. Maybe that is group. Let me see. If your name is long, too long, I've said it almost every day. Make it shorter because you make life easy. Some names are too long, for Christ's sake. Group number 7, I don't see you. Is Precious, are you representing group number 7? Oh yeah, I see.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please,
I'm sorry for that.
After speaking, make your name shorter, please.
I will do that, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Our topic is a meta-analysis of anti-interleukin-13 monoclonal antibodies for uncontrolled asthma, published in PLOS ONE in 2019. The authors used both fixed effects and also random effects. But we noticed that from what you told us, first is the spelling of fixed effect. They added the plural, that is fixed effect. You told us it shouldn't be, it should just be fixed effect. Then also they used the two of them, both REMA and FEMA. Their justification was that they applied I-squared, that is heterogeneity, and where it was significant, they used REMA, and where it was not significant, they used the FEMA. But we also looked at it that they should not have used FEMA in the first instance because they assumed that asthma had different phenotypes. So from what you told us, we are thinking that they should have just used REMA in the analysis. Thank you, sir.
Great. So you can see what is happening there as we saw from group number 4. Similar thing they have done. So many things are happening out there, and you can see the papers I've given to you all have been published in very reputable journals. Okay, and many of this stuff can get through the review system and get published, and they're not detected. All right, we have a course on reproducibility in scientific research, and that is a course. If you want to make your research quality, take very quality research, and to see what is happening in the discipline, please join that course next time. It's very useful course. All right, so let's go to group number 8, and I have Nada Hashim.
Yes, Professor. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present our work in the behalf of Group 8. Hello? Hello?
We hear you. Go ahead. We hear you.
Yeah. So the title of our study is Olive Oil in the Prevention and Management of Type 2 Diabetes Mellitus, a Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis of Cohort Studies and Interventional Trials. And it published in Nutrition and Diabetes 2017. The approaches of this paper is meta-analysis, and it was done in two approaches for the association between olive oil and prevention of type 2 diabetes, and the effect of olive oil in management of type 2 diabetes. And in both approaches, they use REMA, or random effect of meta-analysis. And we agreed with them because there are heterogeneity in the studies in sense of population, the country from where they came, and the sample sizes, and the hemoglobin AC level in case of the meta-analysis number 2, and in the number of cases in each study. So the results even it's very acceptable, and they found that there is a relation between the level of diabetes and between the level of hemoglobin AC, and the intake of olive oil with different types.
Okay, thank you. So you are happy with that?
Yeah, so far.
Great, great. All right, let's go to group number 9.
Yes, for group 9, the title of our paper was Association of Corticosteroid Treatment with Outcomes in Adult Patients with Sepsis, a systematic review and meta-analysis, which was published in 2019 in JAMA Internal Medicine. The authors were explicit in describing that they used a random effect model for the meta-analysis, and they stated their reasons. One, the chi-square was more than 50%, and also they mentioned that it was due to clinical heterogeneity. They further described the clinical heterogeneity in terms of the studies. Some of them use low dose corticosteroids, some of them use high dose corticosteroids, some use different types of corticosteroids, hydrocortisone, dexamethasone, betamethasone, and all that. And even in the dosage that they used in those studies, some used as low as 30 milligrams per kg, some used as high as 600 milligrams per kg. So these are the clinical heterogeneity that they describe that justify the use of random effect model in the study.
All right, so are you happy with them?
Yeah, sure. I think we agree that they've done the right thing.
Great, great. All right, we should always be happy with those who do what is right. Okay, group number 10, Carol.
Hello, please can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, so the title of our paper was The Impact of Antibiotics on Growth in Children in Low and Middle Income Countries, a systematic review and meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials. It was published in the British Medical Journal, BMJ, in the year 2014. They used the random effects model in their meta-analysis to estimate the average treatment effect for height and the average treatment effect for the weight as well. They justified it by saying that the I-square was supposed to measure the statistical heterogeneity, and both values were above 50%, specifically 84% for both of them, actually. So our group also agrees that the method that they used was right.
So no, so you said they use I-square?
So they justified the statistical heterogeneity between the groups for the height and the weight using the I-square values, which were both.
And did they use REMA based on the I-square values?
So the sentence is immediately after that, and somewhere in the, I think the introduction, they mentioned that they would be measuring the statistical heterogeneity using I-square statistic. And
I-square.
both were above 50, yes.
Okay. All right. I have that paper here. I want to see. And unfortunately, I see that group number 11 and group number 2 have the same paper. So there was a problem along the way. I will replace group number 11 paper after later on for tomorrow's in-class activity. Okay, I'll replace that. So this was done in BMJ. All right, BMJ is also one of the leading medical journals in the world. So I can see that they did not make the meta-analysis based on decision of the I square. So you're right. So they did the writing, and we are happy with them. All right. Group number 11, Paganek Chikondoa.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. For our group, the title was The Impact of Antibiotics on Growth in Children in Low and Middle Income Countries, Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis of Randomized Controlled Trials, which was published in BMJ in 2014. So they used the random effect model, which was a right decision because they anticipated differences in heterogeneities in the trials. And what they went on further to do is after that they calculated the I-squared, which was around 0.84. And they also did subgroup analysis, which showed homogeneities in clinical trials from Africa, which they confirmed with a fixed effect model, which was identical to the REMA. Thank you.
All right. So group number 2, 10 and 11 have the same paper. Wow, that is a big mistake. Okay, I will replace group number 11 and group number 10 paper later on, so that for tomorrow you have another paper you will use. Sorry about that. Okay, finally, group number 12. I see only one hand up, but there is no numbers. Caller, are you representing group number 12? Okay, not. I have Ahmad Ramadan. Ahmad, please.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Our paper title is Association between Antiviral Therapy Adherence and Employment Status, Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis. They used the random effects model, and they justified that by saying the model was chosen since it takes into account both within and between study variability, as between study heterogeneity was anticipated. So they anticipated that there will be heterogeneity, and that actually they tested that, and they found heterogeneity. So the model was correctly justified, I think.
Thank you. That's good. And that was published in which journal?
Let me see, because I didn't record that, so sorry.
No problem.
Maybe some colleagues can help because I didn't record that.
Okay, I can see it. It was published in the Bulletin of World Health Organization.
Yes. I just saw it.
That is also a top journal. So it was good to see that. All right, I think this is good, and thank you all the groups for participating in this. The goal of this work is for you to see the trend in the use of these two methods of meta-analysis we have gone through. And I hope this gives you an impression. If you're a reviewer of these papers already now with the tool you have, you're able to tell some authors, not under my watch, you can't do this. So you send them back to revise and make the necessary corrections, okay? Or if they have done it in the wrong way. So for those who did it wrongly, you know better now. What you have done, you have used this paper. Yesterday, no, the first day in question formulation, and you use the same paper today, except for group number 10 and group number 11, I have to replace their paper. The in-class activity number 4 for tomorrow, you can see that we have a long time to do this. You will have around 50 minutes in your breakout sessions, 50 minutes or so. And you are going to now assume the role of a reviewer. And so in your group tomorrow, you are going to, you can read it on your own this evening if you have time, especially for those of you who have not been sleeping this week. So you in the night, you can take up and read this. So you are going to read the whole paper from beginning to the end. And what you're going to do with the knowledge you have generated this week and the tools you have in your hand, you are going to review this paper, dissect it from beginning to the end, and present. I will give you some pointers tomorrow. But if you read the document I showed this morning, it already gives you some information you need to have when you are reading this paper, what to expect, what we need from you. But the point I'm making is that on Monday and today, we have looked at specific sections of the papers. But for tomorrow, we are going to look at all the paper and give us your review and critique of the paper. Okay, so let's move forward to the next thing we have to do today. Oh, okay. We have 10 minutes break. Let me give you 10 minutes break. Let me give you, and we'll try to rush through the next sections we'll be doing. I will give you 10 minutes break. All right. Let's kick off. Okay. One of the things we mentioned when we were looking at the fixed and random effects meta-analysis, we mentioned that the random effects assumes that there are differences between studies, but it does not account for them. It just takes those differences between the estimates from different studies in the weighting. All right. There is a term we use to describe differences between studies in a systematic review. We call it heterogeneity. Heterogeneity. That is the differences, variability, or discordance, or however you describe it, between studies in a systematic review. And I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, I was discussing the two aspects of heterogeneity: clinical heterogeneity, and that is the variation that we find or differences we find in the participants, in the interventions, in the outcomes between studies. And we have the other aspect, methodological heterogeneity, which we describe as the variability in study design and risk of bias between studies. These two put together is called statistical heterogeneity, and this is usually what is reflected when we do a meta-analysis. So when we do the meta-analysis, we'll be able to detect the level of differences that may exist between studies, with the hope that we can correct for them. All right. Okay. So let me mention again. I already, from the survey I have made about the participants, there are those that were not admitted to this course that are enjoying the benefit of this course. That is true. Okay. There are those who have not been admitted to this course. And so what I've been preaching since how many days now, people still disregarded it. Like I said, we don't want to deny people the opportunity. But one thing is that in as much as you want us to be good boys and good girls, it's also good that you play your role. You play your role responsibly. When we give you instruction, when we give you information, it's good to act on it, not to disregard it, and then you want to maneuver your way against our will and our instruction. So I see that. So let me mention it again. There are those who would have taken this role, who would have been, participating in this course, but because they didn't have the opportunity, and people who are given the opportunity, they didn't accept it and tell us that they are not coming, so that we can hand it over to the others. But those who did not accept to come to this course, some of them who are here now, they came because after the 2 days, they have heard from their friends what we're enjoying this course, you're missing. And they say, oh, I think I need to sneak in. If you sneaked in, please try to sneak out. Okay? Try to sneak out so that we don't call your name because we know already. Okay? We have a strong system that can detect that. And some of you who go to the extent that when you sneak in, you actually assign yourself to a group without my permission. Oh, goodness me. Of course, that's not fair. We're not trying to build an African of that situation. We want to build an African that is transparent. We all can be responsible and do things in the right way. So you can't come in, sneak in, and then you assign yourself a group. All right? No, we wouldn't accept that. So if you sneak in, sneak out. All right. So heterogeneity describes the differences between studies. And these differences, the only way we can know them is through the estimates that we include in the meta-analysis. Those estimates will give us the idea of the differences that exist in the studies. Because it is the estimate we are using to do the meta-analysis. All right? Now, there are ways to detect heterogeneity, the presence of heterogeneity in a meta-analysis. There are ways to do that. All right. Now I show you two forest plots, one on the left, one on the right. They are not on the same measure. They are not on the same measure, but at least you can see what is happening there by visualizing those forest plots. So one way of detecting possible heterogeneity is by graphically exploring it. All right. So tell me what you see. You have on the left, you have on the right. How do you see these two figures? What is your impression? Just ignore the fact that they are not on the same measure, effect measure. Just raise your hand. Let me see. What do you see? Okay, I have Ahmad Ramadan.
Hello again.
Hello.
I see two different levels of variability or heterogeneity. In the left picture, we have less heterogeneity between the studies and even between the groups or subgroups. But on the right, we have a lot of heterogeneity between the studies.
How do you make that assessment?
I made that assessment by looking at the plots, the box plots, and the common, the diamond shape of each group on the left, and the diamond shape of at the end on the right.
Okay.
Yeah, they are so close. On the left, they are so close to
each other.
To each other, yes. And on
right.
the right, they are so different. So I think we are looking at two different levels of heterogeneity.
All right. Thank you very much. I have Gabriel Dedeke.
Thank you, Bright. I actually concur with what the last speaker just said, especially when we look at the summary by the Diamond. We see that the first graph on the left, they all seems to be homogeneous. They are almost totally homogeneous. While the graph on the right, the data, the studies that were used, they are more heterogeneous, especially going by the Diamond and the summary.
Okay, thank you. And then I have finally Stella Ogumuyiwa.
Thank you, Dr. Bright. My comment is not too different from what the last two speakers have said. Okay. Looking at the graph on the right, most of when you look at the y-axis, all the terms seems very closely related to that y-axis. Some are almost even on it, showing that it is more or less like a homogeneous study. Whereas for the right, there is much dispersion from the y-axis. So showing that this study is more or less heterogeneous, looking at it graphically. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so that is the first way of seeing that there is heterogeneity between the studies by graphical inspection. So as the speakers have said, on the left, we can see that they are less heterogeneous, meaning that they are homogeneous. And that is when you find overlap. So poor overlap between the confidence intervals between the studies. Poor overlap will be an indication of high heterogeneity. In the graph here on the left, you can see that all the confidence intervals overlapped with each other. The heterogeneity is not evident in the diamond in the overall. No. What happens here is garbage in, garbage out. So if there is heterogeneity in the individual studies, it will also result in wide confidence interval for the overall effect estimate. But what we're saying here is that you can detect heterogeneity by looking at the overlap in the confidence intervals between the studies. All right. So here you can see that some studies here are not actually overlapping with anyone. This and this are not overlapping. This and this are not overlapping. This and this are not overlapping, and so on and so forth. So they are scattered here and there, and that already shows us that they are heterogeneous. But on the left, there is much more overlap between the studies. All right. There is something more we are going to look at beyond just the visual inspection that we are seeing here. All right. There is a formal test that can be used to detect heterogeneity. A formal test, and this is through the chi-square procedure, okay, which will give us an indication that the observed differences we see is not due to chance alone, okay? There must be a systematic activity that is playing there, whereby the studies are actually different. So when you perform this test, the low p-value from this test will give you an indication that there is heterogeneity, and the high p-value will give you an indication that there is no heterogeneity. But there's a caveat there I'll have to mention, is that when you perform such a test, it has low statistical power to detect, so that you have few studies and it's not statistically significant doesn't mean that there is no heterogeneity. You may also have large number of studies that have included meta-analysis and the p-value is small or statistically significant, does not mean that the heterogeneity is important, okay? Because if you have large number of studies, then there is a likelihood that you're able to detect even small differences that may not be meaningful clinically or otherwise. So there needs to be a balance. But the key thing here is that when you perform this test, usually it has low power to detect heterogeneity if it is there. Okay, so this is what I've said. Non-significant finding of the p-value is not evidence of no heterogeneity. And the statisticians will usually say absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Right? So sometimes people use higher p-values, for instance, p of 0.10, sometimes p of 0.20 to detect, to indicate significance. So with many studies, as I've said, the test will detect small amount of heterogeneity that may not be clinically important. Okay, just for the reason that we have large number of studies. So the diamond width, as you have said, is a reflection of what the individual studies are contributing. So it is not the diamond width that tells us whether there is heterogeneity or not. We can't get it from there. We can see it only from the overlap that exists between the individual studies that are contributing to the meta-analysis. Okay, so we have Cosmos wants to ask a question.
Okay, Prof, thank you, sir. The question I want to ask is, I don't understand when you say going to the graph, when you say overlap, I don't understand how you can really determine the overlapping stuff, really.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you now, don't mute yourself. You see the first study here? The first study here?
Yes.
For each of these studies, the confidence interval is from the end to the end here. For this study here, do you see any difference that exists between this study and this study, and between this study and this study? Do you see any difference?
Yes, yes.
What difference do you see?
The difference is that the confidence intervals vary.
What do you mean vary?
What do you mean by
they are not the length of the range of the confidence intervals are not the same.
Yeah, we don't expect it to be the same for all the study. We don't expect that. But what is the phenomenon that you're just seeing between the? You can see that they are not in the same position.
Yeah, they are not in the same position.
And you can see that the confidence interval here and this one overlap. Huh?
This overlap.
I see people are talking there.
Yes.
So you can see this one, this confidence in this study here overlaps with this one. And how do you see that? The confidence interval here is from 0.28 to 0.72. Okay. And this one is from 0.26 and 0.61. So the confidence interval here is actually within this one.
Okay. Okay.
So we can see that they are overlapping.
Okay.
But this one is outside. Is outside this one. This one here, the confidence interval is outside the first one.
Yes.
All right. So if they overlap, you will see that their confidence interval will go into each other.
Okay.
Like this one is into this. This
Okay.
one overlaps a little bit with this and this. But this one here is not overlapping with this one. That is what we mean by overlapping.
Okay.
If you see this one here, they all overlap.
Yes.
They all overlap. So the level of overlap indicates how heterogeneous or homogeneous they are. Clear?
Okay. Can I ask one more question? So clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah. With regard to the diamond shape, and then compared to a comparison, sort of comparison between the two graphs.
No, don't look at the diamond. The diamond will not give you an indication of the heterogeneity at all. Don't look at diamond.
Okay. I just want, I'm looking at the meaning of that diamond.
Yeah,
what I can take away from it.
Yeah, we'll come back to it. The diamond is
Okay.
the diamond is the pool, is the pooled result, is the average. The average. So this diamond here is the average, but for this one, the diamond is the average in the different subgroups. So you have the diamond here for this subgroup. But the key thing here is not a diamond we're looking at here. We're looking at the individual studies and how we can see from them to detect the possible overlap that exists. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I have many hands coming up. Oof.
Okay. Okay.
I will eat your lunch here. Many hands are coming. Okay, I have Daniel.
Thank you, Prof. I don't know. There's something I'm just noticing, the position of the box on the confidence interval line. What does it really, the difference in position, does it signify anything?
Which position?
Position, where is located the box? Like in the study on the right hand, the box is in the middle. In this other one is at the extreme, the one, the second one.
What is your field, Daniel?
Obstetrics.
Oh, you're in the medical line.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So what happens here is that this line here is the line of nullity.
Yeah.
Nullity. So whether, because you see, that's why I said the metrics that have been used here and here is different. Here is proportion. Here is odds ratio. But in the forest plot, this line is the null line, whether it is proportion, whether it is odds ratio. It means that line where there's no difference. All right? It depending on what you're looking at. If this estimate are on the right side, it means that there's an increase. If it's on the left side of the line, it means there's a decrease, okay? Depending on what you are looking at. So now you can see the combined or average proportion that has been calculated. It's in the oh, sorry, this line is actually not null. Sorry, I am sorry to say that this line is not null. This is the line for the pooled estimate, okay? And usually it is put dotted line. So it should be a bold line like this one, and they didn't put the pooled line here because this is done at a subgroup. But if we assume that this is the null line, when the average effect is in the null line, it means that there is no difference in what you're looking at, whether you're comparing one medication to the other. There's no difference, or the proportion is 0. All right. So that is what the line means. So if it's on the right side, it indicates increase. If it's on the left side, it indicates a decrease or a lower prevalence of whatever you are looking at. But we'll come back to that when we are doing.
Prof, sorry. What I mean on individual lines, the position of the box.
This one.
Like, yes, like in the when we look at the one on the left, the box is in the middle. When we come to that one, the second on that right, or the first on the right, the box is towards the tip. That is the significance. That's
what do you mean towards the tip and middle?
The box on the confidence interval width on the left, the first one is the box is in the middle. Yes, where you are. But when you come to this other one, the first one on the right, the box is towards the end.
So that is you can see the box here. You can see the small dots there. You see the small dots there.
Yeah.
The small dot is the point estimate. For this one is 0.93. And the confidence interval is between 0.76 and 0.99. So 0.93 is close to 0.99 than 0.76. So because of that, this moves towards the upper confidence interval, and that is towards the right.
Okay.
You understand? So for this one, the point estimate is 0.50, and the confidence interval is from 0.25 to 0.72. And if you look at it, it's around the middle, not exactly in the middle. Okay.
Sorry, can I still take one more question, like taking us back? I'm sorry.
No, we don't go back. We're going forward now. So let's give room to other people.
Okay.
But I know that the questions you ask will come up as we go.
Okay.
All right, let me see who is there. Has a quick one. Carol.
Thank you, Prof. My question also has to do with the way the forest plot is done. So with the diagram, with the table on the left-hand side, I wanted to know what informs the size of the rectangle. I've seen different sizes of the rectangle. Does it have to do with like different sample sizes?
Yeah,
or...
so the rectangle is the size. We explained this yesterday when we are looking at the forest plot. The rectangle is an indication of the sample size.
Nice. Okay.
And you see, when we do in the meta-analysis, you know that the sample size, the variance, the confidence interval, they all relate. Okay, so even if we don't have the sample size displayed here, the model can determine the size of the study just by the confidence interval. The confidence interval can give us that same information. Okay, because if the study is big, then it will be more precise than a small study. And that precision I'm talking about is something that is reflected in the confidence interval. So the confidence interval of a big study will be narrower, while the confidence interval of a small study will be wider. And so once that happens, we can see it will reflect in the boxes. So the narrower studies with narrower confidence interval, we have bigger boxes than studies that have broader confidence interval. All right, let me look at Bagenek.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for quite an excellent talk. So I just wanted to confirm something. On the graph on the left, what model was used? Because I can clearly see on the right, they used random effects. So I just don't want to second guess.
Yeah, we are not looking at the model now, so let's keep that aside. Let's just close our eyes. I know that now you're excited because we have been looking. It's good, it's good. The eyes are opening so you can see these things, but let's keep the models aside. That is not what I'm trying to indicate here. When we are doing ours after the launch, some people are asking me, when are we doing RefMan? We are doing RefMan, don't worry. So relax. After the launch, we are getting into RefMan. So just to announce that, if you have not downloaded your RefMan, please download it. I gave a link. If the link is not working, just go on your search machine, Google, and search RefMan or Cochrane collaboration. It will take you to where you will download your RefMan into your system, because I know in the afternoon, people will cry. Please wait for me. I've not downloaded it. Please wait for me. My mouse is not working well. Please wait for me. My computer has shut down. Get it ready so that after the launch, we are all on the same page, okay? So that you can practice it yourself. All right. Let me see who is there. I have Dismas quick. And then Adeyinka can move on.
Yeah, Prof, I just wanted a quick clarification. I think the question came up before, whether there's any maximum number of that you can include in a review or a meta-analysis.
Maximum of study you can include.
Yes.
No. The more the better. Like they say, the more the merrier. Is it?
Okay, thank you very much.
The smaller, the less confidence, but the more, the merrier.
Okay, thanks.
And then I have Adeyinka.
Hello, Prof. Thank you very much for this teaching. You mentioned that the null line, that straight line, is the null line. Well, I can see that on the left, it's between, the null line is between 6.1 and the next number. Then on the right, it's between.
No? How is your own? On the left is on 1.
On the left
is on 1.
On 1, yeah.
On the right, there's no null line. I was just using this as a demonstration. What is on the right is just the line for the pooled estimate. It's not the null.
Right is a null.
So for proportions, it will be the null line will be 0.
Okay.
So, but it's not indicated here.
Okay, so that broken line is what?
It's for the null.
Okay, but it's not on 0. It's not placed on 0.
No, it's not. This is not this. I'm sorry. This broken line here is for the pooled estimate where the overall runs. So this overall is the average. So when they draw this line, it's giving an indication where each study differs from the average.
Oh, okay.
So this is the average here.
Okay.
Yeah, the null line for this should have been on this 0 for proportion, but it's not indicated here.
Okay.
Mm.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so other ones, I think your questions can be addressed later on. All right, now, I was talking about detecting heterogeneity through formal statistical test, okay? When you perform this chi-square test, you are going to calculate a value, the value we call the I-square. And for that I-square, you have the p-value that's attached to the I-square. And the p-value indicates whether the I-square value is statistically significant or not. And so this process goes through the chi-square calculation. All right, goes through the chi-square calculation. And is calculated in this way, okay? So you don't need to bother yourself on how this is calculated in reality. The program will do it for you, okay? So the I-square is a metric we use to see how much of the differences we find between the studies is due to real differences and not by chance. All right, so it's here explained that the I-square is a percentage or the variability in effect estimate that is due to heterogeneity rather than chance. So it's expressed in percentages, and it means that it can range from 0 to 100%. So the more we have it close to 100, the more heterogeneous the studies are. The less we have it far from 100, the more homogeneous they are. If we go back to this figure here, you can see here we have agreed that this is quite heterogeneous based on just looking at it. If you relate that to the I-square, you can see heterogeneity I-square is 91.2%. It's very high because of, we can see it already. And this is a p-value. P-value is very significant. If you come to the left, you can see the I-square, because these studies are more homogeneous. You can see the I-square here. Where's the I-square is 0 here. And the p-value is non-significant. For this one, the I-square is also 0. And here, the I-square is also 0. You can see that these studies here don't overlap perfectly, but because there are few studies, you can't detect some of those small differences. If you increase the number of studies, you see the I-square may begin to move towards being positive number. All right, so the I-square. Now, some of the papers you review in the morning, they mentioned the I-square. Some of them said they performed the random effect, and if the I-square was up to a certain threshold, then they perform the fixed effect. The I-square is not used. The I-square is not used to detect whether to use FEMA or REMA. That is not the purpose of the I-square. The I-square is here to provide us an indication of how much differences that can be in those studies. All right. So some people have given a threshold that you can use to make indication of how much heterogeneities that are there. Some people use this as the Bible or the Quran of meta-analysis when they are detecting heterogeneity. We say, oh, according to the threshold that has been stipulated, we had I-square of 60%, which is moderate heterogeneity. This is only a rough proposal people have given. It's not based on any evidence whatsoever. Okay. So if they have I square of 40%, they will come here and say, well, it's unimportant, so we didn't pursue it further. No, this threshold, I will usually ignore it. Look at your field, look at what is at hand, and see whether the heterogeneity you have found makes sense if you need to pursue it further. All right. So the I square threshold is not used to decide whether to perform FEMA or REMA. It is used to detect heterogeneity. And when you detect it, based on the I square value, the next question will be what could be explaining or what could be causing the heterogeneity between the studies with regards to what you want to do with that. All right, addressing heterogeneity, check again that data are correct. If the heterogeneity, as you have seen it, do not derive pool estimates, okay? If the heterogeneity is high, the purpose will change from deriving pool estimates. The purpose will now be to investigating why there is heterogeneity. I didn't say do not perform meta-analysis. You can do the meta-analysis, but don't interpret the pool estimate as meaningful because it's coming from studies that are very heterogeneous. And of course, sometimes the heterogeneity that exists between the studies may be reasonable enough to have it. For instance, in a certain meta-analysis we are doing recently, we are looking at the prevalence of food allergy in Europe. And because we know the issue of food is a very diverse commodity, it's used in different ways across place. And we don't expect that those who are in Croatia will have the same prevalence of food allergy as those in Sweden. We expect that will be different. So the more southern you go, the less there is food allergy, or eastern you go. And so in that case, the heterogeneity we see in the prevalence will be reasonable enough. So if you consider the heterogeneity is so much that the pool estimate is not meaningful anymore, you can still perform the meta-analysis, but the purpose will be different and you will be there to investigate the heterogeneity. Okay, and doing that, you can do it in different ways. Subgroup analysis, meta-regression, sensitivity analysis. You can also change the effect measure to see whether the differences you see are caused by artificial differences. All right. All right, so let me quickly go through publication bias because we have not reached where we're supposed to reach now. Before we go on break, let me quickly go through this and see where we can get to when we return. We can finish up this and go into the meta-analysis. So publication bias. Publication bias is the tendency of publishing results as a result of the magnitude or statistical significance of effect. So you're able to publish your paper because perhaps you have very robust finding and journals are interested, or you're not able to publish your paper because you do not have robust finding and the journals are not interested. That is what happens in the publishing landscape in science. The nicer or the more significant results you find, the more likely you are able to publish your papers. But if your studies are negative in the sense that there are no statistically significant results, the less likely you are able to publish it. And what happens then? It is that the authors will now throw their paper in their drawers and it will not be published. So studies with positive findings are more likely to be published than negative ones. Large studies are more likely to be published than smaller ones. There is also language bias. A fine Chinese researcher who is there doing research in China, but she doesn't speak English and she can't write English. Eventually, she does a very nice paper and she ends publishing it in a Chinese journal because she can't speak English. And so in the global collection of papers published in that topic, you eventually may miss the papers that are published in Chinese because you don't understand Chinese, not because the English studies are the only papers published in the world, but because that is what you have access to due to language. So there could be language bias, which can cause publication bias. We also have what is called duplication bias. When authors, divide their papers into different small questions and publish a lot of papers on the same topic. Citation bias, many times people cite their colleagues, people cite the journals they are interested in, and they may not cite other places. And all this will cause a web of bias related to publication in science. And we have a problem. It means that when we do systematic review, there is a possibility that we may miss some studies, those that are not published anywhere. They are in the drawer of the researchers because the journals do not want to publish them, or those that are not in English language, we may miss them. And then, of course, what happens is that it will contribute to the bias in our systematic review. And so what do? We perform comprehensive search, and things are happening here nowadays that several databases are coming up. So we search the databases, we also search the literature, we contact experts across board to ask them whether there are possibilities to get more studies, which they know we have not captured. And so when you are searching, try to avoid unnecessary limitations in your search. And then we have statistical methods that can be used also to detect potential for publication bias. We have what is called a funnel plot. Somebody was asking of that, I think yesterday. We have different regression methods, the Berg and Eggers method, which is very commonly used. And then we have the trim and field method, which is not commonly used. All right. Okay. We have 10 a.m. sharp. I think we will stop here and continue. We'll stop here and continue after lunch. I can see some of you are already there. Okay, let me just take these two questions. I have Idris Ola here and John Bosco, and then we can go for lunch.
Thank you, sir. While talking about investigation of heterogeneity, you listed about 4 different methods: meta-regression, sensitivity analysis, and subgroup analysis. In the paper that my group evaluated earlier, the authors used all these methods to investigate heterogeneity. So I was wondering, is it compulsory that we use one, or we must use all the methods to investigate heterogeneity?
Each method has its purpose. Okay, has its purpose and also has its advantage. So it's possible that you can use all the methods, but there are conditions for using them. If you want to do subgroup analysis, you need to have sufficient amount of studies. If you want to do meta-regression, you need to have sufficient amount of studies as well. So those methods would usually require large amount of studies included in the meta-analysis if you are to use them. For sensitivity analysis, yes, that also requires some good number of studies, but we'll come back to that when we are doing the meta-analysis so that you can consider. But yes, you can perform all of them if you have sufficient amount of study, because they have different purposes they serve. All right, John Bosco.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. My question is on the search. You concluded that we have to do comprehensive search. But when you look at the databases, if you are developing your search criteria, they might have different search items, especially the filter side. Can you have different search criteria for the different databases, or it must be one search criteria that you use?
No. You can. It's not search criteria. You call it search strategy. Search strategy.
Yeah.
So each database has its own taste and flavor, and the things so you need to master what happens in each database. The concept you're searching is the same, but you need to develop your search strategies separately for the different databases.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you mean that you have to indicate that in your write-up?
Yeah, I mean, when you are writing your publication, you need to put in the appendix different strategies you have used for the different databases. I gave you an example of what my student did some time ago. She included that for each other. So you do the same thing.
Okay.
All right.
The second one is the p-value. We have a range for it.
For which p-value for what? For the I-square?
Yes.
Well, it depends. I mean, as p-value is p-value, it depends on where you want to put your cutoff for significance. The common thing people use is less than 0.05, and that is 95%. If you want to use 0.10, that is 90% confidence you have. So, I mean, that is arbitrary. You can make your choice yourself, and of course, justify your choice.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have Bello lastly, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, sir. What I want to understand is the issue of negative research, because mostly we are being encouraged to publish or to present positive research. But in this analysis, this review analysis, you said most likely it will not be published easily because they are negative.
Who is encouraging you to publish?
Well, that's what we are taught. That it's like a baseline to know that this thing is negative, and more research needs to be done.
What do you mean negative, actually?
How do I put it? Most of the time when we do research that shows positive, it's towards maybe our question is answering our question in the positive way, in which we are now getting something contrary to the research question. So it gave us an indication that, oh, this tends to the negative. You mentioned it when you're delivering your, so I'm not too clear about that.
Well, what I'm saying is that we usually form an idea of how the world works in science, and so there is a status quo that is there. And if something comes that is not in the direction we expect, usually we think that is negative. It's not in the direction we expect. So many journals may not be willing to publish something that is not in the direction that we expect. That is one. The second thing is that if you do something and people evaluate your findings based on the p-values and see that your p-values are not statistically significant, and then some people may call that negative, and journals may be unwilling to publish your papers. That is what happens in reality. But we are not encouraging that journals should not publish. research because it is positive or negative in this aspect. Rather, science grows. Science grows. One thing we know today may not be the same in the next 10 years. So this has led to some movement in research, some movement in science, in which some journals have actually been established called, I've seen a journal called Journal of Negative Findings, so that those of you who have negative findings can throw in your papers there and publish it, since the mainstream journals may not be considering you. All right. Okay, let's go for our lunch. Some people are already salivating so that we don't deny them what they need to get and strengthen themselves for what we have after. So after lunch, we are going to finish up what we started now, and then we get into the meta-analysis. So prepare for that. All right, let's come back 20 to the next hour. 20 to the next hour. All right, so we kick off and see how much we can get through. All right, so addressing publication bias, we have mentioned this, and then we'll have the funnel plot. Perhaps some of you have come across this, the funnel plot, which is one way of inspecting the magnitude of the publication bias in your meta-analysis. This usually is in actuality is I don't know, somebody's asked, what is DOI? Can you write it in full? Because I've seen that before. I don't know what that is. All right, so the funnel plot, it's actually addressing one aspect of potential publication bias. It's not fully for publication, because publication bias can come from different aspects. So what the funnel plot is used is to address that one aspect, and that is the what we call the impact of or small study effect. Small studied effect. Small study effect. Yeah, is that what you mean by DOI? So what is relationship? What is the question you want to ask with this? Let me see who is asking that. Ogochukwu, can you speak? Ogochukwu, can you explain what you mean? Ogochukwu, can you speak? We're not hearing you. All right, let's move on. We're not hearing you. All right, so the DOI you're speaking about, I'm not sure what, I've not seen that being used before in anything related to systematic review, or but I get the point you're making, because this is the number assigned to publications. Unfortunately, we don't search databases using the UI. So I'm not sure in what way that can contribute. Okay, so the funnel plot is used to measure the what we call small study effect. So to investigate whether small studies compared to big studies or large studies are less likely to be published, or what their impact could be in their findings to this meta-analysis, because we know that large studies are actually more likely to be published than the small studies. So the funnel plot gives us an indication of the role of the small studies in the meta-analysis and systematic review. So the funnel plot is plotted of the effect estimate against the study size or precision. Okay, against the study size or precision. So on the horizontal line, you have effect estimates. This can be the odds ratios or other measures, mean differences, means, and so on and so forth. The indicator of study size is on the vertical, and that can be standard error, that can be other measures, precision. And so when we plot that, as the precision increases, and that is if the bigger the study is, increases, then the study size also increases. We know that. So effects estimate from small studies, when you make this plot, will usually spread at the bottom because of the low precision. The big study, because of large precision, will be on top. Okay. The absence of bias is indicated when the funnel plot resembles a symmetrical inverted funnel. But there is an evidence of publication bias if the plot is asymmetric. All right, if the plot is asymmetric. Sorry, we did that already. And so you can see that here. As you can see here, we have the funnel plot. This is the funnel plot. On the vertical axis is the standard error of the log odds ratio, and on the horizontal is the odds ratio. Now, this plot we say is symmetric. It's symmetric because the studies, this point here indicates studies, and of course the estimate provided by the studies. So we can see that these studies are symmetrically scattered within the funnel, with this inverted funnel. All right. Now you have two types of the dots. Some are thick, they are covered, and some are empty. If you remove these empty ones, what you can see is that the funnel is not symmetric, it becomes asymmetric. And when you make this plot, as I said earlier, the large studies will scatter on top of the funnel. We scatter on top, and that is what is happening. So these ones are the large studies because their precision is high. The small studies we scattered at the bottom. And you can see that the large studies, this is the null line. The large studies are close to each other in terms of their estimates than the small studies. So the more you go down, the more the small studies are scattered. The more you go down, the more likely that you see this empty one indicates the studies that were missing. So if we include them, if we find these studies, we're able to see that the funnel will get more symmetric. But because they are missing, and so when we check which studies are missing, usually we see that they are the small studies that are missing. The more you go, the more the big studies are available. And the less you go down, the more you see that the small studies are missing. And one of the reasons could be that they could not be published. So of the studies that are available in the literature, most of them are big studies than small studies. And when we plot it in this funnel, you see that the funnel plot is asymmetric in the absence of these studies that are there. All right, so this is a symmetric plot in the absence of bias. And now you see the same plot, but now we have removed those studies that are missing. And because of that, the plot is asymmetric. The plot has become asymmetric. And there is a presence of bias. And what kind of bias? The bias is that we are missing the small studies. So of the studies we have collected in this particular study, most of them are large studies. That is one thing you notice. The other thing you notice is that this is the null. You can see that the big studies are more closer to the null than the small studies on the average. Okay. Now, this is, we have from this one, we have, okay, say let's search again. Let's search Gray literature. Let's contact authors. Let's contact experts to see if we're able to find additional studies. And we did that, and we find small studies. And when we plot this again, we discover that instead of filling this part that we think studies are missing, we actually got the studies, and they are in this side instead of this side, meaning that the small studies are exaggerating the benefit of whatever intervention this is, because the big studies are getting closer to the null, while the small studies are shifting away from the null. And on the average, if we plot, this is the average effect, you can see that apart from one empty this thing here, the new studies we found are all on the left side of the average, while for the big studies, they are on the right side. So small studies are exaggerating the benefit of the effect, and perhaps that is why some of them were not published when the editors checked that, oh, these big studies are showing that there is actually not so much protective effect. Why are these small studies showing this? We are not going to publish that. And then maybe the authors take it and publish it in maybe a local journal, or keep it in their author's drawer, and do not get to publish this. the study. And when we have found those studies and we plot this, we see that the small studies that we found are also exaggerating, that the estimates are on the beneficial or on the left side. So this funnel plot is used to detect the influence of small study, and it does not comprehensively give us indication of publication bias. Of course, small study effect is one type of publication bias. Okay, so we have the tests to perform for checking the funnel plot asymmetry. We have the Berg and Egger test that people use to perform their test. All right, does anyone have any question with regards to, I have Vera.
Yes, Prof, thank you. My concern was on the presentation we had with you before we went for lunch break.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah.
And it was on the I-square threshold. When I looked at the figures, I noticed that they were not flowing. I don't know whether it's me who is failing to interpret them or it's a typing error. Because I saw the first one was ranging from 0 to 40, and we said it's unimportant. The next was ranging from 30 to 60, and it was moderate. The next was 50 to 90, and it was substantial. So I just wanted to get some clarification whether it was maybe an error or...
It wasn't typing error, Vera. It wasn't typing error. That is actually the way it appears. And that already gives you an indication that we as human beings, we are to a large extent uncertain of many things. So what is there is that they have just collected information from various people who are interpreting this. And what they have put there is that they have found that people are indicating that I-square from 0 to 40, that is the range we have seen, that is unimportant. And then 30 to 60, that is moderate. That is what we have found. And so I gave it to you raw without any alteration of what is there to let you know what people are doing in the literature. And of course, I gave you the caveat that the I-square threshold people have given is arbitrary. It's arbitrary threshold. It's not a good standard. A good standard.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
All right. Okay, then I move on. Subgroup analysis. Subgroup analysis. We talked about heterogeneity. Okay, talked about heterogeneity. All right, I have Dr. Ikwe.
Good morning. Good morning, Prof.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the lecture. Yes. Okay. It's still morning where I am.
All right.
2 minutes to afternoon.
Enjoy your morning. Go ahead.
I thank you, Prof. Please, I just want to draw a little, but like that plot you showed, I was just having a contrary opinion about the big study and the small study conclusion. Can we say conclusively the small study was trying to exaggerate? Or can we say maybe the big study that may have sponsors and all that may be biased due to sponsorship or something? Can we in such study conclusively say, the small studies are over exaggerating? Or can we be more scientific and say, who knows, are the good big study being bias due to one thing or the other, who could be because
Yeah,
because
I mean, that is that is a smart way to think. I mean, that is, your thinking is smart. We can argue that. We can argue that. But the thing is that we don't have the information of all these studies to look at those indicators you're pointing out. That is one. So what we have on the plot, we don't have the details to say, okay, what is the nature of these small studies? We have to look at them closely. Is it that they are exaggerating, or it is even the big studies? But we know that the common thing that happens in the scientific field is that if you do a study, the bigger the study, the more attention it gets. And the more attention it gets, the less likely that people will manipulate us out of this world. Okay? And so if there is any manipulation in big studies, they are easier to detect than in the small studies. Because the small studies, we have much less attention than the big studies. So I get your point. It is possible. The industry has funded the big studies, and industry, you know, the way they do things sometimes, there can be some manipulations here and there, but they are easier to detect than when you do the small study in one backyard and nobody knows how that has happened. But if we have the details of this, we can then more easily scrutinize them and see what the problems can be. All right, I have Etuk.
Thank you very much, sir. My challenge is, hello?
Yes, please, I'm hearing you.
My challenge is, I have some, I'm not following very well. I don't know whether group work or whatever will help me to understand this area of funnel plot and even the I-squared. That's where I missed it. I'm sorry.
Okay. So what happens is that at least you understood the heterogeneity when we look at the forest plots.
Yes.
That one is clear. So we say that heterogeneity can be detected by visual inspection of the forest plots. But another way it can also be detected is to perform a formal statistical analysis. And for instance, if you're trying to understand, let's say, if there is a difference between females and males with regards to having COVID-19, statistically, we need to evaluate them. You can see by an count, if you have 50 people, you just divide them and say, okay, we have 35 males who got COVID and 15 women who got COVID. So 35 COVID is in 35 men and 15 women. So by just doing that, we can say, okay, it's more common in men. But statisticians will say, what do you mean by more common? How can you prove that what you're seeing is significant? It may just be by chance. Why don't you calculate first? And so you perform a Pearson chi-square test. When you perform that, you can say, okay, it's actually not different. It's the same, or it's different because it is statistically significant. And so beyond the visual inspection, there is a test you can perform to measure the level of heterogeneity in the studies. And that is performing a chi-square test. And when you perform a chi-square test, it gives you a metric, the I-square metric. And that I-square metric you derive is ranging from 0 to 100%, giving you the percentage, the amount of heterogeneity that is between the studies that is not due to chance. So that is what the I-square gives you. And we can calculate, we can measure it from 0 to 100. The bigger the I-square, the more there is difference between the studies. Is that clear enough for the I-square?
Yes.
Okay. So the funnel plot, we're saying that we have what is called publication bias. The possibility that the studies we have collected may not be representative of all the studies that have been published on that topic as a result of different factors that may be there. Studies are not published because they are small. Studies are published because they are in English. Studies are not published because the authors are known. So various factors may make us not to be able to get all the studies on a topic because some studies end up not being published. All right. And so how do we address that? We address by trying to perform comprehensive search, contacting the authors here and there, and building a way of getting all the studies. But now the statisticians will come again and say, well, we can also have a tool in which in our meta-analysis, we can determine whether the studies we have represent the studies that are out there. But because publication bias is a term used to describe different types of biases. So the funnel plot is used to address one kind of bias, and that is small study effect, the likelihood that big studies are more likely to be published. And so when we search literature, we'll find more commonly the big studies than we do the small studies. So if we do the funnel plot, we can see whether there are small studies we may be missing. And that will be indicated in the symmetric nature of the funnel plot. If the funnel plot is symmetric, then we'll have confidence that it is unlikely that we have missed potential studies. But if the funnel plot is asymmetric, and in most cases, it's asymmetric because the studies down the funnel plot are small studies and they are, in many cases, missing. They have not been published. Okay, so that is what we can use the funnel plots to indicate, to measure.
Thank you very much.
All right, so subgroup analysis, and I was saying that when you do the meta-analysis, you have the heterogeneity. Okay, we have the heterogeneity that is there. All these methods we have used now only point us to the possibility that there is heterogeneity, but they do not address it. So when we observe that there is heterogeneity, we can ask the question, what could be causing the heterogeneity in the studies? And we find a way to address them. One way you can do that is to perform subgroup analysis. Okay, subgroup analysis, you can use subgroup analysis to investigate heterogeneity. The subgroup analysis can also be used to address some novel questions in your systematic review. If we do subgroup analysis, normally it can help us to find out perhaps in the population, which groups in the population may likely benefit from an intervention, may likely benefit from intervention than other groups. Okay, which groups? So the subgroup analysis helps us to identify groups that may be of importance when we do our studies. And so you can, within the meta-analysis, you can do subgroup analysis. All right. So that is why two main goals: guide clinical decisions, investigate heterogeneity. So how do you do it? Split the data, the studies, into levels of the subgroup characteristics. The subgroup can be, for instance, studies that have looked at different sex or gender, different age groups, education, geographic location, study design, quality appraisal. So whether it is high quality studies or low quality studies. So split, then compute the effect within each subgroup, compare the summary effect across subgroups. All right. The caveat is that once you divide the studies by subgroups, you begin to lose statistical power because you have then less studies within each subgroup. And what you find may be chance finding, so you need to interpret it also with caution. Do it cautiously, state it in your systematic review protocol a priori. You should do it based on the knowledge of the science in that area. It should be exploratory, meaning that it should not be definitive that what you have found must be the case, but subgroup analysis can provide an opportunity for further investigation. All right, so I'm saying the same thing here. The other thing is meta-regression, and I know somebody asked about meta-regression, sub-analysis, sensitivity analysis. Meta-regression in the meta-analysis, okay? If you know the regression analysis, the normal regression analysis, where you are regressing an outcome against a set of coverage when you do regression analysis. So in the meta-regression, in the subgroup analysis, you are dividing the studies based on one factor at a time. If you're investigating heterogeneity, you are dividing the studies based on one factor at a time. But it's possible that the heterogeneity we observe is contributed by different factors acting together and not just one at a time. All right. So in that case, meta-regression becomes a tool you can use to investigate different factors at the same time, just as you do adjustment for different factors in normal regression analysis, where you put different factors in the model and you adjust for them the same time. So the meta-regression is an advanced level of subgroup analysis, or an extension of the subgroup analysis, in the sense that you can investigate different factors at the same time when investigating potential reasons for heterogeneity in the meta-analysis. So yeah, the same principle in your normal regression. And as well, when you're investigating the influence of factors concurrently, the big studies, because you're still dealing with weighting, the big studies we usually we contribute a lot in the model. So when you do the meta-regression, it's the estimate may change and describes how the estimate can change with the unit increase in the explanatory variable. And usually the rule is that not reasonable to perform it if you have less than 10 studies. So the more studies you have, the better. And that also goes for the subgroup analysis. The more studies you have, the better. And there is a general, also perhaps arbitrary recommendation of less than 10 studies. Sensitivity analysis. Sensitivity analysis is the analysis you do while you specify your subgroup analysis in your protocol early. Sensitivity analysis may not be in that case. It may be that you have found something that is strange in your analysis and you want to do further investigation. For those who go for, let's say, clinical investigation, you may do one and the physician finds out that something is not clear. Can you go and test again for this so that I know if I can make my decision in the right way? So sensitivity analysis is trying to do further analysis to try to explain factors that may be playing role in your analysis and maybe affecting your conclusion. So you make some assumption in your data and perform your analysis again. We'll come to this in a bit. Bello, Dr. Bello, can you speak? Bello? Okay, so the goal of the sensitivity analysis is to identify decisions whose values are most likely to change the result of the meta-analysis. This could be, for instance, we have performed our meta-analysis and we have derived our results and we see that something is happening. And in this meta-analysis, we have low quality studies and high quality studies. We can make a decision to say, well, why don't we restrict this analysis to the high quality studies and see if it changes compared to when we do all the studies together. All right.
Can I come in now, sir?
Yeah, are you still there?
Yes, I'm there. I couldn't unmute myself initially.
Yeah, I was giving you permission.
Yes, well, I couldn't unmute myself. That was why I couldn't.
Go ahead.
I want to the issue of outliers. Did they come into play in this section, this sensitivity analysis? Or
what do you mean by outliers?
Those that don't really conform with the other ones. They are the data is to the extreme compared to the others.
I mean that we introduce heterogeneity as well.
Okay.
And so we can include that in our analysis. If we do subgroup analysis, you can say, okay, why don't we divide them by how extreme they are? Okay, or you can also include in sensitivity analysis, you can ask the question, what if we remove studies that have this value from this point to that point and see what we find? So you don't throw them away at the beginning, you can bring them into the analysis because they can help you to get some further insight into what you are looking at. So that is why the question, the issue is here is the sensitivity analysis asks the question, are the findings robust to the decisions made in the process of obtaining them? Okay, so what we do is we repeat the meta-analysis and restrict to the group that we are interested in and see what happens. I will come back again to that in a bit, but let me hear what Nada Hashim wants to say.
Yes, Professor, thank you very much. Just I want to ask about the last paragraph in the slide about the issues that suitable for that may arise and needs sensitivity analysis. Just an example.
An example?
Yes, thank you.
So what I was saying is this, okay, now we have done our meta-analysis, we have included all the studies. Then we may ask the question, are the studies with low risk of bias more robust than the studies with high risk of bias? Are the studies with many participants more robust than the studies with low number of participants? So can we repeat the analysis and see what happens? So when you're doing this, you're evaluating different scenarios, trying to explain your results. That is what you're trying to do here. Okay, but let's see what happens. This is the way you do it. You do the main meta-analysis with all the studies included. Let's call that MA1. And if you're excluding studies, for instance, based on the quality or based on the sample size or based on the region or based on some clinical profiles, you exclude the studies you want to exclude, then perform the meta-analysis again with the studies that are remaining, and you call that M2. Examine whether the results change. If you find no difference between what you found in MA1 and MA2, it means that MA1 is authentic because it has not been changed based on excluding certain studies. So that is what you do to evaluate your first meta-analysis, whether it is robust when you subject it to certain assumptions. And those assumptions are the sensitivity analysis you are doing. And so here it says publication bias and cumulative meta-analysis are also kind of sensitivity analysis. These are approaches you use trying to explain your results. Okay, I have Stella wants to ask some questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bright. I just want a little clarification on the meaning of cumulative meta-analysis.
Yeah, I know you will catch me there because you don't want to let anything go past you. Okay, I will try to explain. Cumulative meta-analysis is this. We have done a study now in 2022 about COVID, and some of you are doing it. And so we perform a meta-analysis. And because that field is growing, let's say in the next 6 months, in January 2023, we see that some other studies have been published. And then we want to see, okay, what if we include this other study that have been published between July 2023 or 22 and January 2023? What if we include those studies to what we have done up to 2022 July? With the findings we get from this one we have done now change in any way? And you do it. So what you find, you compare it to what you found before. And then maybe in June 2023, studies again have been published, you bring that and you include it to the ones you have included before, and you evaluate again. So cumulative means adding more, and evaluating whether it changed the previous results you have obtained. I hope that is clear enough. Okay, so sensitivity analysis versus subgroup analysis, you may be asking, what is the difference? The subgroup analysis, you do it for each group separately, and you compare between groups. In the sensitivity analysis, you are not aiming to estimate the effect in all groups. You are only interested in, if you exclude certain studies, what will happen? And you are not comparing between groups in the sensitivity analysis. You're comparing the results you get when you exclude the studies you want to exclude. You compare those results to when you did for all the studies. But in subgroup analysis, you are comparing between groups. That is the key thing. All right. Okay, I will not treat this now. I think we can take this tomorrow. I can take this tomorrow when I am recapping what we have done today. We'll have some time to do that. So I will stop here now, and then we can get into the meta-analysis. I know that many things I've been saying this afternoon, many of you have not been interested. You are just asking yourself, when are we doing the REFMAN? The time has come to do the REFMAN. So let me give you 5 minutes. Get your, okay, I see Francis here has his hand raised. Yeah, Francis.
Hello, Prof. Thanks for your explanation so far. Please, in cumulative meta-analysis, the author that is involved, will he, or the authors that are involved, it means, are they going to have series of publication?
What do you mean series of publication?
Okay, in cumulative meta-analysis, you say is adding more studies to previously analyzed work. And in my own thinking, I was feeling after analysis, then a publication is given, then other publication will come up, then you analyze and add to previous study. I may be wrong. I just want to get clarification.
So when you do a meta-analysis this month, and by January next year, more studies have been published on that topic. You bring them together, add to what you have done this month, and analyze again and compare the results to. So each time you do it, you publish it.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you, Prof.
All right, so please, oh goodness me, more hands are coming. Mbaza, you couldn't wait. Go ahead.
Thank you, Prof. I would like to know about this sensitivity analysis. Which tool do we use in measuring this sensitivity analysis?
All the things I've talked about mostly today are still within the context of the meta-analysis. So we demonstrate it as we go to the REFMAN now.
Okay.
We'll do that. All right, so I give you 5 minutes. Get yourself in order. Bring out your REFMAN, and if you go to your folder, there is a file. There is a file in there. There is a folder called Meta-Analysis Lab Session in your folder, in the Google Drive folder, and there is a file named SR and MA 2022 exemplar data. So get that one out. Get that one out so that we can work on that now. So get ready. What do you mean it's not compatible with REFMAN? What do you mean by that? Is it that your system cannot download, or? One thing that is good is that what I'll be doing now will be recorded. So just in case you have troubles, you can rewatch what we have done so far. Otherwise, there will be lots of crying here and there. I just want you to get ready so that as much as possible, you can follow. You can follow. Ready? Okay. I will show what I'm doing. Don't worry, I will show. I just want to be sure everybody is ready. Most people are ready, not everybody, because not everybody will always be ready. What do you mean the file format is not supported? I can't understand that. Is it that you can't download RevMan, or what is the problem? Because downloading it, you have to follow the instruction the publishers have given. Not Rayan. We're not talking about Rayan. We're talking about RevMan. So you can see now those who have not even opened their documentations and followed our instructions. You have to download it. You just have to download it. If you download RevMan, I think it should be able to work. I didn't say you should open RevMan document. I said in the folder, open the SR and MA 2022 exemplar data. Okay. So, and Jonathan had earlier helped us to put it in the chat box. The data is an Excel file. I've put it there again. Nada, you even confuse me. I can't help you. Trust me. Because what you send there is only Arabic. And I have not yet started learning Arabic. And I don't plan to, because I already have enough. I can speak my mother tongue and I can speak English that were forced on me. Those two, really enough. If you want me to begin to study Arabic, it will take a long time, and we don't have that time today. So, Nada, try to see how you can help yourself. Yeah, open in non-concurrent mode. Okay, non-concurrent mode. Who is mentioning Rayan again? Goodness, we have passed Rayan. You're talking about REFMAN. Don't mix the two. All right, don't mix REFMAN and Rayan. I am patiently waiting because when I start, I will run like Usain Bolt. I just want you to get ready. I know what happens when we get to this stage. All right, there are lots of cry, but I wouldn't hear the cry because I've muted all of you, so I can just drive on. Yep. No, you can't wait till I learn Arabic. Goodness me, you wait for long. All right, so let's start. Let's start now. And so please open the RefMan and the Excel. You know, open the RefMan and Excel. What will happen is all those who are ready will go along. If you are not ready, just watch what we are doing because it will be recorded. If you start and you're stuck somewhere, don't wait until you solve the problem. You can just close that and watch what we are doing. And then you can come back later on to redo it again. Those who have not been sleeping until today, you can add this night again and learn RefMan because you will need it for your group work if you get to the point of doing meta-analysis. But I know this is one of the exciting. So open the Excel file. At the same time, you open your RefMan by the way, by the other side. All right. You see what is there? When I click my RefMan to open, this is what I get. I hope everybody is getting the same thing. And this is what I normally do. This is what I normally do. I close here. All right, I close here. Okay, and I go to the file here. I take new review. I take new review. And I press here, finish. And I wait and see this window that comes up. Is it clear? Are you there with me? Great, great. Okay, now what happens is this. Yeah, I know there will be a mixture of yes and no, but your yes is winning. So we move on. All right, so if you look on the left side, it's quite small. I don't know how to increase it. I don't know, but I hope you can see it from yours. You can see a bunch of things here. This RefMan is the software the Cochrane collaboration uses to do their systematic review from beginning to the end. I can't increase the font. That is a problem. I can't increase the font. So pardon me. I know one of the instructions I didn't remember to give was for you to change your glasses. Maybe next time. It was my fault. So please try to see how you can manage to capture what I'm talking about. But on the left side of the screen, you can see something like intervention review as the first thing on top. Then you have title, you have protocol information, you have main text, and then you have a bunch of other things. So what I was saying is that Cochrane collaboration uses RefMan to do their review, from beginning to the end, but we're not doing Cochrane review. So we're trying to use the RefMan only to do the meta-analysis. If you're doing a Cochrane review, then you will use it to prepare your protocol, you use it to prepare your paper, you will use it to do all kinds of things, and then you use it to do your meta-analysis. We just use it for meta-analysis. So because of that, we are going to skip a number of their items. Where we are going is, there is an item there, studies and references. Don't click anything until I ask you to do that. There is one, studies and references. It is under tables. Let me know if you have found that. All right, okay, that's great. So on the studies and references looks like a book that is opened. On the left side of it, that is close to the book that is opened, you see something like a key. A key is a toggle key. If you click that, just click that key. If you click the key, you see two other items drop down, and each of them has a key. The first one is references to studies, and the second one is other references. Do you get that? Yeah, I'm not an IT. Okay, and search for magnifier. Let me see if I get that. Magnifier. Ah, cool. But now it's giving me trouble. I hope it's not going to cause me troubles. That's a problem. Nay. I can't manage that. That would be horrendous. Horrendous. Oof. My people, if you can just follow me so that we don't. I've searched for magnifier. Okay, so see what I have here. At least you can see this. I will try to manage it, and then I will come back to my normal windows. This is what we'll be dealing with. You have references to studies, and then you have other references. This is the one we are taking, this one here. So click this button here. All right. All right. Okay. Just hold it there. Hold it there. Hold it there. Okay. You meant for the participant. Goodness me. So let me go back to my convenience. Yeah, some of you are crying, and I know somebody has already suggested. Please, Eman, you can note this. Let's see how we can fit it in between October and December, that we can have a session dedicated to RefMan during our tips and tricks. But the problem is we only have 1 hour for the tips and tricks. So if we have a session 1 hour for that, then it's problematic because it wouldn't be enough for you. All right,
We can
but
arrange a short workshop on RefMan.
all right, we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do.
I will record this.
Yeah. Okay, Some people want me to repeat what I've just said because they lost their internet. So go to studies and references. You click the toggle key on the left side, and under it, when you click that, you have references to studies, and then you have other references. And those, then you click the toggle key on references to studies. That is what we will be using. All right, that is what we will be using. Yeah, so let's see what we do now. I will stop sharing this. And I will take you to the Excel sheet. You don't need to open your own Excel sheet while you are watching what I'm saying. Just follow what I'm showing you on your Excel sheet. This is the Excel sheet. I hope this is clear enough. Yeah, this one I can make it bigger. Okay, this is the file we'll be using to do the meta-analysis. Okay, when you have done your data extraction and you want to do your meta-analysis, then you need to prepare a file like this. It can be in Excel, it can be in other platforms, but a spreadsheet like this will be helpful, especially those who will be using RevMan, because to an extent, RevMan and the Excel are compatible, although there are lots of manual things you will do to take the data from here to RevMan. But this is the data we'll be using for the meta-analysis. And I want to explain it a little bit. The question, or please, the data we have here, just to tell you, is rubbish. What I mean by rubbish is that it's not a real data, it's a manufactured data. All right, it's a manufactured data. So regardless of how fantastic I'm saying it so that people outside will not hear, only you attending this course will hear. So regardless of how fantastic the result may be, it doesn't mean anything. So we just use it to practice. But what we are doing here, the question here is whether physical activity is associated with prostate cancer mortality. That is the question we want to address here. So the men who do physical activity and those who don't do, what is their risk of dying from prostate cancer? Okay, that is the question. And here you have the study ID. The study ID is the name of the study or the name of the first author of the study. And here we included the study name as well as the year. So this one is actually redundant. This one is not needed there because the year is included here. When you're dealing with RevMan, it is easier to include this here, and I will show you why we have that here. And so this is a study where it's like an intervention study. You have treatment, and that is those who have had physical activity, treatment, the number of deaths in the treatment group, the number of no deaths in the treatment group, the total number of people in the treatment group, that is this plus this, will give you this. Then the control group, the number of deaths in the control group, the number of no deaths in the control group, and the total number in the control group. And of course, they have calculated the odds ratio, then the confidence intervals. I don't know if we will use this. I think these numbers may be sufficient enough since we have the numbers. Sometimes you don't have the numbers and you just have the calculated estimate. I will show you how that works also in RevMan. And here you have the study design. Each of the study has its study design that has been given. Some are case control studies, some are cohort studies, and you can see them here. And you have the population where the studies have come from. You have this is from the general population. This is from a church population. This is smokers smokers and asbestos exposure, and so on. So there are mixed kind of populations where the studies have come from. And then here they have implemented move information from the population to generate three types of population: general population, and no, two types of population actually: general population and others. And then you have whether the study population is a smoking or non-smoking population, and they have divided that into as well. And then you have the publication decade, when the study was published with reference to 2000, and whether the study was published before 2000, and whether it was published from 2000 upward. And this is the country where the study was published, and then the region. So from this country, it has also been divided into non-Europe and Europe, and where the journal was published, and then the quality appraisal. So this is the overall quality appraisal or global quality appraisal we are talking about. Perhaps they have used one of those tools, and some studies have been categorized or grouped as weak or moderate or strong, like that. And so then if you move forward, you have the sample size for each study that is included, and then you have the sample size type, in which the sample size has been divided into two: those with 200 and above sample size, and those studies with less than 200 as their sample size. So the question is prostate cancer mortality, and if physical activity is related to prostate cancer mortality. Is everybody fine now and happy this far? With this Excel, don't tell me the story of Revman yet. I want you, are you happy with what I've explained? Is clear to everybody with the Excel? Okay, no, it's coming. Yes, great. All right. So what will happen now is that I'll be working between the Excel and Revman. I'll be working between the Excel and Revman. Let me stop sharing this and go back to my Revman. Okay. I know that some of you may be interested in the mentoring program we may initiate after this course. We may have a short mentoring program for this cohort. Some of you may be interested. If you are interested, we will find a way. Temidayo can help us to arrange that. Temidayo, please take note. You can help us to collect information. Those who want to participate in the mentoring, you can indicate interest. Temidayo can send information around perhaps tomorrow, and we see what is up with that. But please, if you know you are not going to be serious with it, don't even sign up. Don't sign up, okay? Because we want people. Yeah, I can see everybody's. I didn't say you should indicate whether you're interested. Yeah, I see interest. I'm interested. Don't indicate. Just hear what I'm saying. If Temidayo sends information, you can sign in there. And let's see how we go with that. But the point is that it needs to be taken seriously. Those who participate gain a lot, because then we can, when you're doing your own semantic review real life, we can help you to go through this process again, and we can go into more detail when you are up to this point, we can go into more detail. And you know that there is always difference between the classroom and when you do the work in real life. You find then more challenges in the real life work. You find more challenges, and there, what you have learned in classroom, you can apply it, and then that is what opens the mind and blows you off. And when you're blown off, you can catch the gist and you can move on with confidence. So just to highlight that to you, so that you don't cry hopelessly in this class, there is still opportunity that we can make things easier for you. All right. All right, so Temedaya will take care of that and let us know tomorrow. Let's come back here. Let's come back here. Now, this is the next thing we need to do. You see under references to studies, the first thing you see there is, what do you see there? Somebody tell me. Under references, the first item you see there is what? Let me see if you are on the same page with me. Great, included studies. All right, so included studies, that is what I want. I don't want to take the hands raised up now, because if I open that, it will be like the Pandora's box. It will never end. So let's just move. We can come back to the hands if something is unclear. So what you will do for me, when you see that included studies there, just click it, use right click, depending on whether you're using Mac or Windows, whichever you're using, but I want you to right click. I don't know how you do it in Mac. Right click. When you right click, you see Add Study. Add Study. All right. You see that? So click the Add Study. And a wizard will come. It said New Study Wizard. It will appear. All right. New Study Wizard. Now I'll be going between the Excel and the RevMan. New Study Wizard. So I've gone to the Excel and I've copied the first study on the list. AHS 1998 is what I have copied. I hope you have got that. All right. So copy your own. And what we do is click Next. You come to the next page of the wizard, publish data only, unpublished, not sort. Yes, we're only including published data. So we don't have to do anything here. We just click Next. And so because we included the name of the study and the year, it has recognized the year automatically. And that is why I was saying it is nice to put the year and the name of the study together so that when you copy and bring it here, it will recognize. But if you have not put them together, when you come here, you just put the year of the study. All right, then we click Next. So does the study have other identifiers you wish to add? Nope. So let's click Next. What do you want to do after the wizard is closed? The first one is do nothing. The first one is add a reference for the new study. The last one is add another study in the same section. And that is what we want to do because we still have more studies to add. So we continue. All right. And you can be doing yours. You can even be faster than me. Those of you who are quite fast, So the key thing is to bring all these studies here. You keep clicking next until you get to what you want the wizard to do. You click the last one and you continue and you go to the Excel. You take the next one. So you continue to do that until you have finished. You can see that I'm quite slow. So if you finish, please just be patient and wait for me so that I can come and guide you the next thing we need to do. One thing is that I use the RevMan to teach this course, but I don't use RevMan to do my own work. All right, because RevMan is quite limited. I use Stata to do my meta-analysis, and my PhD students, those who are working with meta-analysis, use R most often. Has anyone finished? The last study doesn't have the year, so perhaps you need to add the year 2005 from this. It was an oversight. In the folder, you got this file, the Excel file. You can see other files there, which are the what's it called? The RevMan files. I will come back to that to tell you what that means for you. Oof. Nay. Yeah, so that is a problem. That is a problem. Who is asking that question? Emmanuel, yes, that is a problem. That is a problem. It's tedious, but this gives you a flavor. It gives you a flavor. And it gives you the frustration when you're doing a manual things. Oh yeah, so if it has taken you that you have not finished including the studies, you can see on your window, Anna, just see here. You see here, okay? If you see on your window, you can see the studies you have included here. Under references to studies, included studies, you can see the studies you have included. And the last study you have included, you will see this add study. If you click this, then it will give you opportunity to add. Or you come back here and still right click and add study, and then you continue to finish the one you have started. So I was saying with this, it will give you the flavor and the frustration that you see using the RevMan. If you have many studies, then it can be. I have a student who is doing his PhD with me now. He did his medical degree, medical thesis with me. And so in his thesis, he got his medical thesis, he got lots of studies. And when he started his PhD, he said he wants to publish the thesis. And so he started to do that. And that topic he's doing, he got lots of studies, almost 300 studies. And that is, and several outcomes, okay? Several outcomes that are involved, 300 studies and several outcomes. And RevMan can be frustrating. So of course, he's a programmer, so he can use R or other programs or Stata. But if you do not have those opportunities to use those programs, then this will be frustrating, and there is room for also some mistakes with this. All right, is there anyone that has not finished? The year for the last one is 2005, so you can see it on the second column there. 2005, so just add that. The Excel file is generated from your data extraction form, then you can form this Excel file. And this Excel file is your meta-analysis file. Yeah, it ends on row number 21. Did you put more than that? Okay, Gabriel, you can send that to Emma. Emma is responsible. Let her see if it's a possibility. Emma, there is a question here whether we can include use of Stata for meta-analysis in our future training. Perhaps not, and the reason is we can do it maybe in our mentorship or other forums. The problem is that Stata is based on subscription, and I know that most people will not have subscription to Stata, and that is one of the problems we have had using it. And again, you need to at least have some flavor in using Stata. It's more difficult than a spreadsheet based this thing like this. Okay. Yeah, finish. After this 21st one, the last study, just click finish. Just click finish. All right. So if that is done, let's move on. You can't see the same window as mine. What window do you see? Anyway, go to the included studies there. You can see what is there. And because we have included the studies now, they have added the toggle key there. If you click the toggle key here, then you can see those studies. You can see that, isn't it? You can see that, isn't it? Okay. All right. So let me close it so that we'll have. And so what is here is that you see what I have here for each study, it says it is empty. It means that there is no data. What we have just put there is the study name and the year. That's what we have there. And we would like now to include data to this, and we'll have the data in our Excel. So there is under other references, you have data and analysis. All right. Can you all see that? Can you see that? Data and analysis under other references. Okay. So let's right click on that. Let's right click on that. And when you right click, you have add comparison. Add comparison. You click that. The comparison here is the intervention or exposure. All right. So we give it a name. We can say physical activity versus no physical activity. I just abbreviated. All right. I click next. What do you want to do after the wizard is closed? Do nothing. Add an outcome under the new comparison. Add another comparison. The second one is the one you want to do. Okay. Now, you see the wizard continues to bring another window, and it says data type. On top there, it says what type of outcome do you want to create? Dichotomous, that is studies outcomes that are binary, yes or no outcomes. Continuous, observe, and if you click any of these, you see what is here. Observe and variance, observe expected and variance, and it gives you clarifications or explanations of what that means. Generic inverse variance, and this is a situation where you have, for instance, the log odds ratio and the standard error, or other measures and the standard errors, other types, and so on and so forth. Because we have the numbers here now, we'll go for dichotomous. Let's go for dichotomous because we'll have the numbers for the treatment and the control group. Dichotomous, and you click next. What is the outcome? This is prostate cancer mortality. All right. The groups here, the experimental is physical activity. The control is no physical activity. Go next. Which analysis method do you want to use? The statistical method, we go for inverse variance. We have been using analysis model. Which one do we choose here? Does anyone know? Does anyone know here? All right, great. People are saying random. All right, we take there and effect measure. Let's take the risk ratio. It may not be optimal, but let's take the risk ratio. We can change it and we'll go next. Which analysis details do you want to use? Totals. Yeah, totals and subtotals. We take this, study confidence interval. The default is 95% confidence interval. Total confidence interval default is 95%. We take that. Advanced options. No, we don't need that. So we just leave this the way they have appeared. Labels, left label will be favors experimental, will be physical activity. Favors no physical activity. Okay, so you will see these things clear when we get there. Sort the study by study ID, we can leave it there. And we click next. To edit other properties for the outcome, open properties for the outcome after clicking finish. What do you want to do after the wizard is closed? Do nothing, edit the new outcome, add a subgroup for the new outcome, add study data for the new outcome, add another outcome for the same comparison. We edit the new outcome, we edit it, that is what we take. So we click finish. So you see what I have? Okay, now, just a warning. I want to take some questions, but not from everybody here, okay? And if somebody has asked your question, you don't need to ask it again. So let's see those who have pertinent questions that have been raising their hand. Okay, I have Mbanza. Let's see how many we can take. Mbanza. Has Mbanza run away? Okay, I have this mass. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Prof. You move a little bit too fast for me, so I don't know whether you'll be kind enough to just where you plugged into physical activity versus no physical activity.
This much, you can't say I move a little bit faster than you. If I move faster than you, it means that you are really slow, because I'm not that
because
slow.
I have to see
I'm
your
not that
window.
fast.
I have to see your window and then go back to my window. And by the time I come back,
go back to your window.
So I couldn't find where to plug in these things.
Yeah, I will try to show you that. But just follow me, like I said earlier. If you are lost somewhere, just follow me. Just follow me, because
okay, no problem.
Because it's good to understand what is happening. And if you have opportunity to watch this again, then you can align with the situation. All right, okay. Let me see Stella. Stella, you cannot mute. Oh, Stella has brought her hand down. Okay, let's see.
It was a mistake. It was a mistake.
All right, I have Miriam.
Please, just a slide before the last one, and your screen is not really full. I don't know, maybe it's from my side or from your side. Like
Maybe from your side, because I'm seeing my screen clearly.
Oh, all right. Okay, please. I missed the last, the second to the last slide.
Yeah. So just follow us, Miriam, so that you will not be too worried and get lost. Just follow what we are going to do. Let's see what we can do after this.
All right. Thank you.
All right. I have Francis.
Okay, Prof. Thanks. Well presented. I want to know, when using the ref map, do you have to be online?
No.
Okay. Then when I click on included studies, when you did that, the dialog box came up, which is a new study wizard. In my own case, it didn't come up. So I want to know whether it's a technical fault on my part.
Did you right click? I said right click.
Yes. Prof, I did. Maybe I'll have to try that again after this.
Yeah. So I think you have to check that.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see who is again. I have Susan. Susan. All right, Susan is not answering. Let's go to Hani Hassan.
Yes. Hi.
All right,
Hi,
Susan.
everybody. Yes, actually, it is not a question, it is a request. It is very interesting workshop, but for me, I can't follow you because it is very difficult. You are expert in your work, but we are just a student at least. So please.
You can't
yes,
follow me. You can't follow me, Susan.
Yes, I can follow you, really.
And so how do you know it's interesting?
I follow you, yes, talking, but for this program
talking.
to do that and to do that, and this practice, you have to practice.
All right.
This workshop should be it should be face-to-face workshop, not online.
Yeah, Susan, if you invite me to come and do it there for you, I will come.
Really.
So just invite me to come. I will come there.
Okay, why not? You will come.
All right. So
okay.
Well, what happens is that I know I told you earlier that there will be lots of frustration with this. But if you can't follow, just watch what I'm doing. And that is why we are recording these sessions, so that in your spare time, you can try to do it again. It's not that difficult. I know that if you are not doing the same thing as I'm doing, it becomes frustrating, but it's not that difficult. Once you sit down and watch this and do it, you see in few minutes, you get over it and it becomes exciting. I know this frustration is there and I'm sorry for that, but Susan, invite me, I will come face to face.
Okay. You will come, Prof. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I have Hani Hassan.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. The screen which we shared with us in my program, there are another split of the screen called the risk ratio, with something like figure beside the table.
Beside the table.
Yeah. Beside that, I work with you in the program.
This one,
yes, yes, risk one, yeah.
No
good,
problem.
Good.
It's there.
Okay.
All right.
So it is nice. Yeah. Good.
We'll come there. Okay, who is there again? Let's see, Jerita.
Yes, hello everyone.
Hello.
What happened, I was following the steps up to the physical activity, and then I think I clicked somewhere and everything disappeared. Is there a way I can go back to my data and follow up again?
Just look at me. Just look at me what I'm doing.
Yes.
Jerita, because if you keep trying that, you will get lost. You will not find where you're going, and then you will not follow. So just leave it now and follow what I'm doing.
Okay.
All right, the last person in here is Ahmed Abi. Okay, Abira.
Prof, thank you so much. I was following you, but when you are adding the studies and choosing which one is include and the other one exclude, I lost a little bit that side. So are you just putting the one that you like the studies that you want to include, or I don't know. It just I want to know that section, Prof.
Yeah, so that section, we can't go back now on that. So just keep it in the background and follow us where we are. Let's get to the end. Because this is recorded, you can easily go and correct that once you watch this. Okay?
Okay, Prof. Okay.
All right, I have Bira.
Prof, thank you. I think I will also listen to the recording. Otherwise, I had, when I entered the first author, I was asked to give the details of the author, the title, the journal, the date of publication. So I really got stuck there.
Yeah, so watch this, Bira. I think that is the thing I can tell you now. Let's carry this to the end. Otherwise, you can see that if we attend to everyone who has these issues, we won't live here today.
But I was kindly requesting that maybe if you could recap so that we see if we can catch up for those who are faster.
Nope, I can't recap because there is a way this software is. Once we have put it, we have put it.
Oh, okay.
So if I want to recap, we need to start again.
Oh, no. Thank you.
And that is not what I want to do now.
Thank you, Prof.
All right, then I have Nada.
Yes, Professor, thank you. Just I want to ask about the beginning, the ID of the study, how we can create it in order after that to copy and paste in the included study in the program.
The ID.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're doing it in real life.
Yeah.
It is the name, when you have a paper, let's say Nada et al. 2022. So that is the ID.
Okay.
So the names of the authors.
In addition to the year of the publication.
Yeah, in addition to the year.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, so everybody is here now. Everybody is here. All right, so see where you click here. There is a button here, and if you put your cursor there, it says add study data. All right, and it asks you which studies do you want to add data for. Of course, we want to add for all the studies, so I can select all of them, and I will finish. Are you there? So on the left side, you can see the studies. Here, you can see the events total, weights, and then you can see the risk ratio for each study will be calculated here. It's not calculated yet because we have not given any data. All right. So now what we have done, I will go to the Excel we have now to get the event and total data for the treatment group. So I take the event, and that is T death, column C in the Excel. T death, column C. So just copy it from study 1 to study 21. Copy it and bring it to here, because Excel and RefMan are compatible at this point. So this is what we have. I have copied it and put there. And then the total column E. I copy that as well. And I put it here. All right. Then I go back to the Excel, to the control there, and that is C depth column F. And I put it here. Okay. And I go back and I copy the last one, C total, and that is column H. I take it and I put it here. All right, once I complete that, you can see some things have been calculated. The weight has now been calculated, and then the ratios have now been calculated. The risk ratio. Paganek, are you lost?
Yes, thank you, Prof. I just did not see how you expanded this table. I think I had a network glitch.
Here. You see down? How you expanded this table like this, you mean?
Yes, this one.
Oh, here, see here.
Okay, thank you.
Click here and it will ask you which studies do you want to add data for. You select, you go to the box on the right here. You see this one here?
Mm-hmm.
So select all of them. If you just put your cursor on any of them here, you Control A, select all of them, and you finish. Once you do that, you will see this appearance.
Oh, thank you.
Miriam?
Please, Prof, can you please repeat the columns where you copied from the Excel sheets?
Yeah, event,
Right.
physical activity event is column number C.
Okay.
Total under physical activity is column number E. Yeah, control event is column F.
Okay.
And control total is column H.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, somebody's asking why I skipped other columns, because we don't need, RevMan is asking us only for the events column and the total. If we have that, that is enough, because the other one can be calculated. So, but this is all it needs. Francis?
Yes, Prof. I don't intend to take us back. Please, the content of the Excel, was it manually generated? Were they manually generated or?
Yes, when you do your data extraction, as you have explained, this file now is a meta-analysis file you compose, and you extract this information from the data extraction forms you have generated for each study.
Manually?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Aminu ASFI.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah,
Hello?
you have a question?
Yes, for the weight and the risk ratio and 95% confidence interval, is it automatic after you imported the events and the total?
Yeah, so when you put all those columns now that are missing,
yes,
there, when you put them there, automatically it will calculate.
It will calculate, okay.
Mm.
Thank you.
All right, John Bosco.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Mine automatically calculated, but the values seem to be different from yours. The
Is
weight,
it?
the weight, for instance, mine is 2.0%, while yours is 2.2.
Okay, so what do you have here? Do you have random?
Yeah, I have random. I have 1.47.
And you have inverse variance here?
Yeah, I have that one too.
Did you copy the right distance here?
Yes, in the Excel, I did. The first one, for instance, I have 12, 21, 10, 21. The second one, 50, 110, 64, 111. But the second one to have 6.4%, while yours is 6.
So you mean that everything I have is the same with you?
It look like so. I don't know why.
I'm not sure why that is.
I see. Probably I have done something wrong. While you have under the inverse and random, you have risk ratio. I have at the top
Odds
the
ratio.
odds ratio.
Yeah.
Too bad.
Okay. Let's see. Now we have this. I think we have to complete this. Is everybody happy? Is there anybody who is not happy here? Yeah, some people are not happy. Oh. If you're happy, if you're not happy, let me see. If you're not happy, just write, I'm not happy. Okay. Some people have faith. They say they will be okay. So much not happy. Okay, but I promise you, if you watch this over again, then your happiness will change. I mean, your unhappiness will change. Okay, so what will happen is we'll continue. I think we have had a good journey so far. We'll continue. You have to do your part, okay? And then we'll see how we can improve things. But I believe that the mentoring program will support going this all over again. All right. All right. Event means the outcome. So that is, this event here is the number of people who died from prostate cancer. Who died from prostate cancer. All right. So that is what event means. Died from prostate cancer from those who did physical activity, die from prostate cancer from those who did not do physical activity. All right, the work is done. The work is done. If everybody's here, there are things you can, RevMan has opportunity for you. You can change this. This is risk ratio. You can change this to risk difference, odds ratio, risk ratio. Just like that, okay? And here is random effect. You can change it to fixed effect. And when you do that, you can see the weight and what is happening to the different estimates. Fixed effect, random effect, fixed effect, random effect. All right. And then this is a forest plot. This is the beautiful thing people are waiting for. So let's click it. You can see what happens. This is a forest plot. Does everybody see it? You can also see the forest plots here on this side. Okay, but it is quite small, and you can make it a little bit bigger or smaller. You can change the scale by using this here. All right, if we change the scale, you can do that by using this so that it's more visualized. Then you can see the pool estimates there. All right, and then you can click here to get it out. Here, click it to get it out. Are you following? Yeah, it's tiny, but you can make it bigger from what I have just made there. And so what our meta-analysis is ready. It's ready, and this you can add this here. If you add it, it comes to this place here. And of course, you can save this file. You can save it. If you click here, you can save it, and it will give you opportunity to save it in different formats. You can save it as PNG file. You can save it as a PNG picture, and so on and so forth. Other this thing. And that is when you are happy with that, you just save it, and it's ready for your publication. Now, we have done this. We have to see what has happened. It has given us the studies and the estimates. Estimates there, we have random effects, we have risk ratio, we have the forest plot here, and then we have the what they call heterogeneity matrix. You have the tau square. The tau square is quite small, 0.02. You have the chi-square we use for calculating the I-square, and you have the I-square to be 40%, and test for overall effect, the z-value for the overall effect, giving you the p-value for that. And this p-value here is for the I-square. The I-square is 40%. The plot, if you come here to get a plot here, okay, you click here, you get a plot. You click here, you get a plot here, forest plot here. Yeah, of course, you can see that it's not significant because you can see that the overall effect crosses the null value. So the overall effect is the confidence interval is 0.96 to 1.16. And so this is overall this thing we have done here. Are people going or what is happening? People are running away. We have not finished for today. All right, so we have done this. We need to go to the next stage now. We need to go to the next stage. All right. So I know that many people have been frustrated. I will give you the scale. How do you increase the scale? If you go back here on this side, this is you can move this bar here and you increase the scale. Let me give you 5 minutes. Those who have tears in their eyes, please clean it up and let's continue because we have not finished. There are more exciting things now to do. We have just done the first part. So take some water, calm yourself down, clean the tears. We are on a journey. It's not over yet, okay? And then we see how we can end today on a very good note. All right, so I meet you in 3 minutes to the next hour. All right. We have all come back. Yeah, you have issue with selecting articles, all articles. Depends whether you're using Windows or Mac. If you're using Windows, just click one of the studies there and Control A. All right, Miriam. Miriam, you have a question?
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Please, I mistakenly clicked on included studies. So it took me back to where we started from. I don't know how to get back to my present page.
Where are you? Have you done all we have done up to this point?
Yes.
So you click this side.
Okay, let me go back to
Did you click this side?
Yeah, so I mistakenly
You click something here.
Yeah, something there.
But
Yeah,
don't you have these things here?
I can't see your okay. Portrait. Okay, let me go back to me.
Yeah, just click it there.
Okay, portrait. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Then another thing, I was trying to save, but when I click save,
To save what? To save what?
To save this
figure.
Is it this portrait cancer mortality thing? This last thing.
No, you can't save. You can't save this.
Oh, but you were saying
you want to save it here. Yeah, I mean you can save the data, but not this. You can save it here if you go to file there.
Yeah, when I went to file, the option I was getting was just to save as RefMan file. I didn't see
RefMan file. That is the only thing you can because it's RefMan program.
Oh, but you were showing us one the other time that we could choose PDF or JPEG.
That is the figure. This figure here.
Oh, so how did you come to this figure alone? Just pressed on the figure.
So here you have the prostate cancer here.
Yes.
You see where my cursor is on the first plot here. So you click here. This comes out.
All right.
And then there is a button here. If this is not here, then this should be active. You can click it and it comes here.
All right.
But this is not active now because I already have it here.
All right.
So you can either save it directly from here or you add it as a figure here and then you can easily come here and click here to save it.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Keep quiet.
All right. So let's go on. Those who are cleaning their chairs, you're back. Please don't weep too much. I am with you in all this. Whether you're feeling pain, you're feeling smile, I am with you. Okay, so we have done the meta-analysis for all the studies. Some of the things we have talked about, you can see the heterogeneity, we can see the I-square. This I-square, I think is still a little big. We can explore it more. We can explore it more. If you come here on the left side, you have the data and analysis. On the data analysis, you have the toggle key. You can click it and let it come down. And you have the comparison we have added when we were building this. You can also click it and bring it down. And the outcome under that comparison is prostate cancer mortality. You can also click it and bring it down. And when you do that, you can see that the studies here we included here before have also appeared here, but here because we have added the data. All right. So we want to do something now, because this I-square we have seen here, we want to explore it further. That may be one reason, or it is possible that in your study, you have defined subgroups you want to evaluate further. So now we are going to introduce subgroup. Okay, let's introduce subgroup by, so what you do is the prostate cancer mortality, you right click it. If right click it, you right click it and you introduce subgroup. See what I'm doing if you're following me. Are you seeing what I'm doing? Is everybody following? Right click on the prostate cancer mortality and then you introduce subgroup. All right, so right click, introduce subgroup. And when we introduce subgroup, it has given us the subgroup, new subgroup here. And we want to do subgroup by study design. Okay, so let's rename this subgroup. Let's rename it and call it cohort studies. Because in our Excel we had case control studies and cohort studies. So when we introduce subgroup here, it transfers all the studies to this subgroup here. And if you go to prostate cancer mortality again, right click, and then on top there you will see add subgroup. And here is asking us the name. We'll call it case control studies. We finish. So we have cohort studies and case control. What you will notice that the case control studies has no studies under it. Is it clear up to this point? Anybody having challenges? All right. John Bosco.
Prof, can you can you just take over the steps again? It's like you went ahead of us.
I went ahead of you.
Yeah, I went to the data and analysis. I'm not seeing those ones.
Okay. So you can see, let me dismantle subgroups. You want me to repeat this again?
Yeah.
Okay, I have done that. This is what you will see. This is what you will see.
Under the data and analysis, I'm not seeing the PI and what of you. I'm not seeing that particular aspect.
Did you get up to the meta-analysis we have done?
Yes, please.
You did.
Yes, I did.
So under the, have you clicked this under the data and analysis?
Which one?
This
I don't
toggle
have that aspect on my listing.
You don't have data and analysis.
I have the data and analysis, but that key, I'm not seeing it.
Really? Please move your distance and see whether you see this bar here.
Okay, let me.
This bar here, you can see this arrow, you can keep clicking and see if you find it there.
Which one?
Here.
Okay. Okay. I have now seen it.
You found it.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so now bring it down. Bring the PA versus NPA down. And then you have prostate cancer mortality, you bring it down. Now we want to introduce subgroups. And so on this prostate cancer mortality, we right click and introduce subgroup.
Okay.
And once we introduce a subgroup, you can see all the studies that were under prostate cancer mortality are transferred into the new subgroup. And if you right click on the new subgroup, we'll rename it and call it cohort studies. All right. If you do cohort studies, then you can enter. And then go to the prostate cancer mortality again and right click, you have add subgroup. And there we name case control studies. All right. And you click finish. And when you come here, the case control studies subgroup does not have any studies yet, So we need to go back to our Excel. But what will happen is, is there anyone who can volunteer to help me? Because what happens is that all the studies are included here. We need to move, some of them are case control studies. We need to move them to case control study. So I need somebody who will be looking at the Excel sheet and telling me which studies are case control studies so that I can move them. Anyone who can help me, I can unmute you. Just raise your hand. I can unmute you so that you can just be calling them for me, and I will be doing that. Okay, I have Nada here. Nada wants to help. You want to help me?
Yes, Professor, sure.
All right, so tell me the first case control study on the list.
The first case control is first one, AHS ID 1989.
1980, no, or 1998, which one?
98, yeah, 98, sorry.
So the first one, okay. So I move it, I just click it, move it this way and bring it here, okay?
And the third one, Allen 2004.
Yeah.
And the sixth one, CA USA 1992.
Yeah.
And following by the next 1996 E-Wings.
And wings?
Yes.
Yeah, just call the name of the study. You don't need to call the year, and then I'll find them.
Okay, E-Wings. And Frederick Rich.
Yeah.
And Gahydran.
Yeah.
And Hayes.
Yeah.
Hayes also. He sees 1990.
Yeah.
And lifespan.
Yeah.
And followed by the second Ohono.
Ohono.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's all. Now, so you can see the toggle is now attached to the case control because it has studies now. So we have two groups now, case control studies and core studies and case control studies. Now, we'll go back to our prostate cancer. As we are doing it, it is automatically moving. So the meta-analysis we have done before has now changed. Instead of all, it has now been divided into cohort studies and case control studies, and we can see the studies under them. All right. And so we have the forest plot has also changed to summary effects are not given with the overall effects here. All right, so if we open the figure bar, we can see it clearly. And what are you seeing here? Now, any observation, let's interpret what you have. Any observation, just raise your hand if you have made any observation based on what we have done compared to what we saw before. Okay, I have Ahmad Ramadan.
Hi.
Yeah, Ahmad, please.
I think now we can see that according or regarding the study type, whether it's a cohort or case control, we'll have different result. So now it's not the same. The cohort study is skewed to the left, and the case control study is skewed to the right. So there's difference in results according to the study type.
Yeah. So you have to also note that
we can see from
the overall is also here. That is a combination of all this. It's also here. It wasn't taken out. But yes, you're saying that the cohort studies are showing that those who engage in physical activity are less likely to die from prostate cancer.
Exactly.
Why the case control studies are showing that if you engage in physical activity, you are more likely to die from prostate cancer. And these two are statistically significant. In the overall, they were not statistically significant. Okay, this is a p-value, and you can see that the overall crosses the null line. But once we have divided these studies into cohorts and case control studies, we see clearly that they are statistically significant and they are in the opposite direction. And this is an important finding because you may be misled by just interpreting the overall to say that there is no effect, but we can see that the dividing by study design, we are seeing different scenario. Does any other person have something to say? I have Victor. Victor, do you have something to add to this?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I think all has been captured. Said all I wanted to say.
Okay. For you, all have been captured, but Victor, I say no, not all have been captured. Let's see who is there wants to say. I have John Bosco. You want to say something?
Not really. This was an old hand, please.
Your old hand. Keep your old hand down. Okay. Let's see who was there again. Let me see here. I have John Njuma.
Thank you, Prof. And it's been amazing. What I would say I have observed is that in the overall, Bremer was positive, qualitative positive, while in the subgroup analysis, we now see that FEMA becomes now considerate. So
Yeah. So are you referring to the heterogeneity or
yes,
what?
to the heterogeneity.
Yeah. So you can see that when we did the overall, the I square is 40%. And now by the time we divided by study design, you can see that within the core study, the I square is 0. Within the case control study, the I square is 0. You know, I was telling you that when you observe the heterogeneity, we can go further to explain what could be causing the heterogeneity. And we can clearly see here that the study design is contributing to the heterogeneity we see, meaning that within the core studies, they are similar to themselves. Within the case control studies are similar, but if you put them together, then this similarity or heterogeneity manifests, and that is clearly seen here. Yeah, any other point? Okay, I have Nada.
Yes, Professor, just I want to comment about the heterogeneity. I want to tell that the same thing that my colleagues said it, and I want to raise down to lower my hand, but
all right.
Okay, thank
Let
you.
me help you to do that. Okay, I have Helena.
Prof, please, I'm sorry, I got lost at separating the two studies, as in doing the subgroups. I couldn't find my studies under prostate cancer mortality.
You couldn't?
I couldn't find my studies under prostate cancer mortality.
Have you divided them on the left here?
So
have you moved them between cohort and case control?
No, that's what I cannot do. I click on the prostate cancer mortality, but I don't see the studies so that I can move them to the various subgroups.
No, you don't need to click on the prostate cancer, because on the left here, do you see my cursor?
Yes, please, I do.
Yeah, so what do you have here?
On my left, I don't have the studies.
So do you have cohort studies? Subgroup?
Yeah, I created that.
You created that?
Yes, please.
And you have all the studies under cohort studies?
I don't see them.
Yeah, but don't you expand the toggle key there?
When I click the toggle key, I see the cohort studies. That's 1.1.1.
Yeah.
I see 1.1.2 for case control studies, but I don't see the individual studies.
Oh, Helena, something has swallowed your studies.
Oh.
Something swallowed your studies, and we can't know since we are not there with you. Something must have happened there, Helena.
Okay.
Otherwise, if you do this, do you see the toggle key here under prostate cancer mortality? Is it?
Yes, I do.
If you expand it, what happens? You see these two.
No, if I expand it, I only see the cohort and case control studies.
And no studies under them.
No, please.
What of here?
Included studies.
Yeah.
I saw them earlier when I started, but now when I click, okay, so when I click on included study, that's okay, I see the studies, all right.
Yeah, but in the data and analysis part, you don't see them.
No, please.
Yeah, so it means that the data, you have lost your data you have put in the distance.
Okay.
So it means that you need to,
like that, how do I resolve it?
you have to do it again.
As in run the analysis.
You have to bring the data in again. You have to choose
From
this
Excel.
again. Yeah, so, well, what do you have on this screen here? What do you have on this screen here?
The prostate cancer. Please let me check.
You have the prostate cancer mortality.
Yes, I do have the prostate cancer.
Okay, so
I had my...
you see the button here, this plus button here.
Prokis, could you move your cursor? I'm lost with your cursor.
See my cursor here.
Mm-hmm.
Can you click that?
Add study.
What do you have?
It's actually inactive.
It's
and
inactive.
I've lost the data here, actually, the analysis I did.
Yeah, something has happened there.
But I had saved it on my computer. Can I open it?
Yeah, you can open it. You can open it. All right, let me see Pagenek.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. May you kindly recap on how to interpret the effect of activity, of physical activity or no physical activity when you are looking at the events? I think I got lost on that one.
Yeah, so what I was saying is this, that once we have done the pooled estimate, the question we are trying to address here, which is a fictitious question because it's based on fictitious data, is to investigate whether engaging in physical activity is a risk factor for dying from prostate cancer. That is the question we want to address here. So once we have pooled, including all the studies, what happens is that we come out with a result that says there is no association because our risk estimate is statistically not significant, and the confidence interval agrees with that by crossing the null line based on the overall. But we went a step further to say, well, we see that there is some heterogeneity here. What could be causing the heterogeneity? We started by dividing the studies into their study designs, cohort studies, and case control studies. And once we did that, we found out that what we found in the overall is not actually what we find now, in the sense that the cohort studies have different estimates than the case control studies. The cohort studies are saying that if you engage in physical activity, you have a lower risk of dying from prostate cancer mortality, or dying from prostate cancer, and the case control studies are indicating if you engage in physical activity, you have a higher risk of dying from prostate cancer. So that's what we found here. And then we went further to look at the I-square we observed in the overall, whether it still remains when we have divided by subgroups of study design. And we found that the I-square for both subgroups are actually 0, meaning that the study design is a big contributor to the result we have found. All right. Okay, let me see who is there. I have Inas.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
I want to ask you, I used to analyze the risk ratio or odds ratio usually by looking at the confidence interval, regardless of the p-value. Like if it includes the one, this usually means that there is no significance.
Yeah.
So can this still apply? Because I can see in the first group, even the total p-value was including one. So it's not, there is no effect in the total in the Z. So the Z means no effect, yes?
Yeah, we can't say no effect because this is 5% increased risk. Okay, this is 5% increased risk. But the confidence interval indicates that this may range from 4% protective to 16% increased risk. All right, which is statistically not significant. So once we have this, we can't say there is no risk, because in some context 5% is important, in some context it's not important.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
So we need to interpret this within the context, really.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, then I have Hamilton, Mutemba. Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Bright. Just to, I noticed a small difference between our result. But yeah, there is small difference. In general, the result is the same, but I noted in the Excel file the difference between the caret and CA, like the numbers was inverted. The caret data in Excel file 69, 68, and then here 69, and here 38. That give us a difference in I square because I have 13% in I square in the first one and 0 in the second one. But in general, the conclusion are the same. But if you invert one number, different number can give us the different result. That's how I noticed it.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Of course, something can happen, but you understand the principle we are working with here. It's possible that when transferring the data, something happen and those differences can be there. But the principles are important for you to follow. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, who is next there? I have Nesto Thomas.
All right, thank you, Prof. I was struggling to add the study under case control, because when I went there, I tried to put all the studies, but when it interpreted, it was saying not. I now deleted the thing, but it did not. Yeah, not estimated.
Or not estimated. Yeah, perhaps
yeah,
something happened. Something happened.
Yeah,
to
no,
you
I'm trying to re-add them again.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Bira.
Thank you, Prof. Mine is not interpretation of the results. It's about it's a question on the interpretation. When you were trying to interpret the results, you said that in the cohort study design, physical activity tries to reduce the chances of prostate cancer, which is the truth in the real sense, whereas those in the case study design, physical activity increases chances of prostate cancer. When I look at the I'm not an expert in medicine, but to bring this to the real world, I would expect that when somebody engages in physical activity, it will reduce the chances of them getting prostate cancer. So wouldn't this kind of finding conclusion mislead mislead people really, so that they maybe they reduce engaging in physical activity for fear of developing prostate cancer?
Yeah, Bira, did you do the meta-analysis to the end?
No, I got lost on the way.
Or you got lost, and because you got lost, you started thinking about the implication of this. Really,
yes.
You started thinking deep into this, Bira. Hey, Bira,
Yes.
Bira, we didn't ask you to do that.
Okay.
We didn't ask you. So what happens here? I said this is a fictitious data. It means nothing whatsoever. It means nothing.
Okay.
So don't interpret it in any way. We're just using this data to demonstrate how you can do meta-analysis. So
then it makes sense.
so Bira, I said that if you get lost, just follow what I'm doing on the screen, but you went on another track, start thinking about making people fear from this finding. Don't do that. This finding has nothing to do with anything anywhere.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
It makes sense. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Whom do I have here? I have Patricia Chiumba. Patricia.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir. I've tried very hard to follow you today. Apart from the network being so bad, I couldn't even get most of the things you were saying. But when you asked the other doctor to select for you the case control studies, I tried to find the case control studies. I couldn't see it. I only saw cohort studies. In short, I didn't get to this one at all.
Okay. So do you have the Excel file?
No, sir.
You don't have the Excel file we are using?
No, sir.
Then you are the cause of your trouble, Patricia.
So for young pharmacists, you need to build your portfolio.
Patricia, you are the cause of your trouble. If you use our Excel, the Excel study we are using, if you use that, it should be available in this thing, and we actually sent it on the chat box. So this is where Nada was calling for me from. Column L. Column
I
L.
didn't see. That's what is the network since morning. It has not been okay. It's only this afternoon I started picking small.
All right. So you go back and rewatch again what we have done this afternoon.
Okay, sir.
All right. Then I have Francis. Finally, then we make a recap before I send it to your groups. Francis?
Yes, Prof. Thank you. Even if we are working on assume a data, I want to understand if it is real data, our conclusion is going to be based on the last diamond. It's just a question.
The last diamond.
Yeah, with that, with the last diamond, is that what will give us a high quality summary of the underlying evidence or what is being considered?
What do you mean by the last diamond?
Okay, the analysis done, I saw 3 diamonds, and the last one seems to be the average of the 2 up. I don't know if I'm correct.
This one. This one.
Yes.
Okay.
Is our conclusion going to be based on the last one?
What do you think?
That we give is.
What do you think?
That's what I think, and that's what I'm asking. And I also want to know something about the I square of 93.8%.
Yeah. So what happens here is because we did this before doing this, okay. What we observed before is not valid. Okay, making this observation after we did this makes this one not valid because there's clearly something that is happening, but we included studies that have different designs, and that is why we are having these results. So what we have done here indicates that the first thing we did was not valid, and this is a clear picture we are now seeing. So your interpretation will be based on what you have observed from the subgroups. All right. Okay. Yeah, so you are talking about this. So this one is a test for differences between these two. So it doesn't have really much to do with our interpretation of the data.
Okay,
so it's showing that there's difference between cohort studies and case control studies.
Prof, if you have this type of result in real life, what would be your conclusion? Whereby one is saying if it participates, it doesn't give, it doesn't lead to prostate cancer, then the other result is opposite.
Thank God it's not real life, Francis.
Okay.
Then it makes my life easy.
Okay.
So, but if it's in real life, you have to find reasons. You have to now go into the case control studies deep to really understand what was done. Was it well done to be given this answer? The cohort studies, what was done? Was it well done to be given this answer? So you need to dig deeper now. Okay. What this meta-analysis has done is that it gives you a dilemma as a scientist, dilemma of interpretation. All right.
Noted. Thanks.
Okay. So let's recap. Let's recap. Recap is we have taken through today, and actually we can do this. We can do this for the different factors. If you go to the Excel, we have population type. You can try that by yourself. We have smoking. We have publication year. We have region. We have quality appraisal result, and we'll have studies size type. We have all those you can use to investigate the heterogeneity more deeply. Okay, you can do all these things. Now, if you go to your let me see if I get this right. Okay, let me show you something here. If you go to your Google Drive, you have the folder here where you have the meta-analysis file. We have now created a file for the different subgroups you can evaluate. Number of participants, you can run that analysis and see what happens. So we have created that for you. The data, we have put that for you. Publication decade is there. Quality appraisal is there. Region, smoking, study design, the one we have done now. And of course, yeah, I think you can do that and run the analysis and see what happens with regards to the heterogeneity as well as other observations you may have there and the risk ratio, whether it differs between the different subgroups. That is one. The second thing is this. I want to show you here from what we have done. In RevMan, you cannot plot the funnel plot under under random effect model, you can't. The funnel plot is usually plotted under the fixed effect. So the funnel plot is here. This one, you can see it. All right. If you just click this button here, you get a funnel plot. And the funnel plot here shows us, you can see that it is asymmetric. It is asymmetric here. This is where this one is. And the other thing is that RevMan is not able to do meta regression. RevMan does not do meta regression. So if you want to do meta regression, then you need to use programs like Stata or other programs. So that is a caveat. But you get the flavor here. Please take time. Once this video populates, I will still put it there. Take time to watch again and get used to it. It's not rocket science. I promise you, you will get used to it just in a bit, and then things will be clear. All right, I will then send you to your breakout sessions so that you can continue your project. Okay, I see Gustavus and Cosmos. You have question? Quick one, please.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Help me clarify on now the concept of heterogeneity using the current example. What attributes makes this data heterogeneous? Thank you.
What attribute makes heterogeneous?
Yes, what attributes makes this data we are dealing with heterogeneous that we should do?
We can see the I-square of 40%. So that motivated us to investigate that further. And when we did that, just by dividing into subgroups of study design, we can see that the heterogeneity, I-square heterogeneity we observed was removed, was taken off. I hope that is clear enough. All right, Cosmos.
Okay, thank you, Prof. My own area of clarification, I need a clarification on the results we got in the separate studies with respect to the p-values.
I didn't get what you said. I didn't understand.
Okay, in the cohort study, from the result, we understand that physical activity, makes as a greater possibility, lower probability of death in when you are doing physical activity, engaged in physical activity. And then in the case control study, the opposite is the case. But I'm confused somewhere. I'm looking at the P's, the value of the P there. Is it the same as the P value in studies? So I just want to be able to interpret this result with relation to the P values.
So here, see the things here. Here is heterogeneity. The chi-square to calculate the heterogeneity, which when we were discussing earlier today, you have, because there are 10 studies, so you have degree of freedom of 9. The p-value associated with the I-square is this one. Then for the overall effect, so for what you observe here, it has a p-value of 0.02. And if the p-value, as we chose it to be 95%, then this is statistically significant, and this is p-value as normally we know, if that is what you're asking.
So in this case, does it mean that the people who survive, as in the number of people who even this p-value, there is a significant difference between the number of people who engage in physical exercise and therefore don't die, and the number who don't do so and therefore come down with a negative outcome.
Cosmos, your interpretation is so complicated that you are even confusing me now. So what we are saying is that this is not really data. Don't be concerned, Cosmos. Don't be concerned about what we have found here. What we are saying is that when we divided this by study design, the cohort studies are giving different results than the case control studies. Just leave it there, don't interrupt, because I see already some people are disagreeing with what this means on the chat box. Please, that was not the purpose. We just use this to play around to understand what we are trying to get from this meta-analysis we are talking about. All right, Miriam. Finally, Miriam.
Thank you, Prof. Please, I've got a major problem here. My computer just went off.
Miriam, we don't hear you. We don't hear you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, Miriam, what is your problem?
Is it clearer? Hello?
Yeah, it's clearer.
Yeah. Please, my computer went off in the meet and I tried to relog in. So I went to Refman and it says, okay, the previous session, do I want to upload the previous session? I clicked yes, but I can't see anything. It took me back to the normal screen of the Refman. Do I need to click new or how do I get back to my data?
Yeah, Miriam, we can't actually help you there now because I don't see what is happening there. But perhaps if you restart your system,
yes,
it may be easier.
Yes, I did that. Like I came back to the platform or to the Ref Manager.
If you open the Refman, the Refman on the top left, you see the menu file.
Top left.
You have open. You have open.
Yes.
And
yes.
You have one that says recent files.
Recent
perhaps,
files. Yes.
Yeah. Then you can open it. You can open it and navigate
recent
from
files.
there.
Should I choose the backup or the first one?
You can. I don't know. Maybe something you didn't save something. That is why you back up.
All right.
You can choose the backup and see if it contains or you put before.
No, nothing is coming up. All right. Then please, one other quick question. I was trying to, before everything went off, I was trying to to put my cohort study aside and the other, but I found out that I've got the same thing under the two, the case control and the cohort studies. So when I was trying to pick the case control, I picked just two to the case control, but it still gave me the same thing as what I had from the data I inputted earlier.
Well, you need to rectify that, Miriam.
So how do I delete those things? The studies under the case control.
You just move it. Just click it and move it to the cohort.
To the cohort. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
All right. Let's send it to your groups now, please. The groups are opened, so please just move. And if you don't have your group number, please indicate that so that I can send you.